The Gargoyle Avenger's claim by Celeste King. Can't get enough of the beasts, the beauties, and the backstabbing? Do you want to dive even deeper into all the wonders of Protheka? Find an endless amount of stories on worldsofprotheka.com. You can also find the unabridged version of this book on worldsofprotheka.com, where all of the steamy scenes are waiting for you. Use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off all digital products.
Chapter 1. Sarah. "We can't stay here," I whisper, watching the lynch mob pound the temple doors. I'm surprised they haven't toppled them yet. Our time is running out. "We need to go." "Where?" Yuri hisses out. "We're stuck." "No, we're not." The other end of the temple descends to a passageway. Most of the temple is sinking into the swamp, so there's a chance we can find an escape route through one of the wall's cracks and broken walls. I don't know if this plan is going to work, but it's better than being torn apart at the hands of an angry mob. Come on, we can find a way out over here. "Why are you so oddly calm about this situation?" Yuri asks, trying to tug her arm away from my hand as I drag her towards the staircase. "I don't want to get you into any more trouble because of me. This is all my fault. You should leave me behind." "Are you crazy?" I pull her close, cupping her fear-stricken face with my hands. We're both covered in dirt, grime, and sweat. "I'm not leaving you. I promised Chase that I would keep you safe, and I don't intend to break that promise. My brothers put her and her orphanage through enough trouble, so this is the least I can do. They want me. I'm the one who can light fires in my mind. I'm the one who they're after. Do you think I'm in the clear too?" I smile, though I'm not feeling any joy right now. Behind Yuri, I see the doors about to cave in. "Do you think they have any good opinions on me, after what my brothers did?" Yuri hesitates. Her mouth opens and closes, as if searching for the right words to say. Then, she just stares at me with big eyes. "If that mob gets through, they're going to kill us both. I'm sure of it. We can't stand around and let that happen. We need to go." I wish we were still with Chase and Levius," Yuri whispers. I don't notice how quickly her eyes fill with tears, but her fragile voice tugs at my heartstrings. They'd be willing to help us." "Yeah," I say. "Levius would have slaughtered this whole crowd by now, but what's the point in making more enemies? The whole world is going to end up hating us at this rate." Yuri furiously wipes at her eyes. "I wish we never left." There's no point in wishing. 3 particularly strong bangs at the door make me flinch. Are these people tossing stones at the temples now? Things are what they are, and we can't change them. "Yuri, can you do me a favor?" The girl nods. Her bottom lip quivers, so she bites at it. "Why don't you use a bit of your fire magic to hold back that crowd?" I nod my head towards the doors. We have nothing to fight back with if they manage to fight through. Shouldn't be that hard, right? Gazing at her palms, Yuri sighs. "I don't know how to control my magic yet. Just use a little bit of it. That's all we need. Make a fire behind the doors. It'll stop them from entering. If we're lucky, maybe these bastards will fall into the flames." Yuri sucks in a deep breath and closes her eyes. "Okay." Stepping aside, I keep my mouth shut and wait for her magic to work. I don't know how she does it, but she described it before as being a release of energy in a way. It's safe to assume that intense emotions make her magic spiral out of control. Red and orange sparks fly out of her hands and towards the front doors. The sparks stray towards the right, igniting the vines hanging over the entrance instead. Good enough. That should keep them at bay for a while. Smoke! A man outside starts yelling. There's smoke coming from the building. Let the Perna burn then. The crowd shouts their agreement. Yuri backs into my chest, and I wrap my arms around her, embracing her tight. I'm sorry. I tried to make the fire like you said, but this is perfect. They won't be able to come into the temple. You did a fine job. I'm starting to think I'm not too good at this magic stuff, Yuri admits quietly, staring at the crevices running along her hands. I don't understand how to use it correctly. I wanted to create flames, not sparks that light up a vine. I wanted to do the same thing I did to the guard back at the Gibbon. You've got plenty of time to practice. Trust me. I carefully maneuver myself towards the entrance, nabbing a burning branch that the fire extended to. The heat pulsates around me, unlike any other flame I've come across. I can't explain it, but the fire consumes the breathable air around it at a fast rate. As I come close, I feel the fire ready to extend towards me and invade my space, eager to rob me of the air I need to breathe. There's something more to Yuri's fire powers. I'm starting to think that the girl's flames are more powerful than a natural flame. As I think back on the guard and his burning arm, it took longer than usual to douse that fire. No good mulling about it now. We have to go. Come on, I say, taking Yuri's hand and leading her towards the passageway. Someone in that crowd might try playing the hero and burst into the temple. We can't stick around here anymore. Sarah, Yuri snakes away from my grasp and digs her feet into the ground. I can't keep getting you in trouble. Please, go. I'll distract them while you make an escape. No, that's not going to happen. Linking my fingers with hers, I hold on tight until my knuckles turn white. Yuri tries fighting me off, but she can't match the strength I have right now. My blood pounds in my temples, deafening in my ears. Do you want to die that badly? That's fine. We'll both go down together. No, that's not what I want, Yuri exclaims. I want to help you. I don't want to destroy things anymore. I need to make things right. Yuri, the girl stills. Shaky breaths fall from her lips. I've always admired you, I say. It's sincere. I'm pouring out the thoughts I've held in my heart for a long time. It's curious what the taste of death will make you do. You're a good girl. Whenever you had the chance to stand up for your younger siblings, you did it. You took care of them, even when Chase found herself in trouble and couldn't do the job herself. You're stronger than you realize. Yuri meets my gaze. Despite the horrors she's living through, there's still a glimmer of innocence in her brown eyes. She's so young, only 19 years old, with an entire life ahead of her. I'll be damned if I let the white-hot embers of her soul get extinguished this early on. It's about time you stopped worrying so much about others and let someone else take care of you. It's hard, I know, since you're 19, and you think you own the world now. But trust me. Let me help you. I don't understand why you're doing this in the first place. I need to make it up to you and Chase. I turned a blind eye to my brother's evil actions for too long. Sometimes I feel as if my heart is rotten to the core. How else could I explain why I stood around with my cheek turned while my brothers led our gang members to terrorize other people. Here's my chance at repentance. I don't care if Yuri fights against this for a while. She's stuck with me from this day until my very last. You weren't the one who made others suffer. It was them, Yuri argues. I shake my head. I could have stopped things long ago, but I didn't. Our gang benefited our family, and it gave us a sense of power. We dominated over people. For a while, it felt nice to see people bow down to our every whim. Life is a game, a tricky one. I never would have imagined myself in a situation like this, but now that I'm here, I don't want to change the circumstances. I deserve this. It's not good to dwell on the past, I say, shaking off the jitters I get whenever I think back on my brother's atrocities. Let's keep moving. If we don't find an escape route, then we can hang out for a bit and figure out another plan. Do you really think they won't follow us in? Yuri glances over her shoulder. I doubt they will, especially after feeling the intensity of Yuri's flames. We'll be all right. I won't let anything happen to you. I promise. I squeeze the girl's hand as a comforting gesture, and Yuri responds with a small smile. She's sweet. I hope nothing damages that big heart she has. The passageway turns out to be the beginning of a labyrinth, one that twists and turns endlessly without any obvious way out. Vines adorn the walls, seeping through any crack they come across. How long has this temple been aging away in this spot? And who built this thing in the first place? Are you sure we're going to find a way out? Yuri's voice echoes against the walls, as well as our hurried footsteps. I don't like this place. Don't worry, I'm good at mazes. I'm lying, but I don't want to worry Uri anymore. In reality, there's a pit forming in my stomach with every step further. I want to crawl into a ball and cry my eyes out. If Uri wasn't around, that's exactly what I would be doing. Instead, I have to hold my chin high and lead the way, even though I'm not the right person to act like a leader. I barely know what I'm doing half of the time. So what am I doing leading a teenaged kid through a temple maze? Calm down. I'm psyching myself out again. We'll make it out alive. Just calm down. How do we know we're not walking in circles? Yuri asks, jolting me back into reality. Should we make markers? In that way, we can know that we've already passed by a certain spot if we come across it again. Good idea. Using my burning branch, I hold it against the vines we pass. Within seconds, the vines char and shrivel into a black, gnarly appendages that extend out of the wall. The fire rips up its length, consuming it like a ravenous beast after its prey. You're a smart kid. I hope you know that. I'm doing the best I can, Yuri replies. I think it's my survival instinct kicking in. I don't know. I wish I had more experience with this sort of thing. Me too. You don't? That makes me laugh. My brothers terrorized people so that we could live off of their luxuries. I'm not used to this stuff. You're doing a good job at faking your confidence then. My eyebrow raises. Thanks. That's a good thing, right? Sure, Yuri grins. It's comforting, sort of. You know what would be really good to have right now? What? A huge, invincible gargoyle warrior by our side to protect you. Her eyes twinkle. It's the first time I've heard her laugh since we got caught in this situation. I can live without one, she says. I scoff, rolling my eyes playfully. Seriously? You don't want a gargoyle boyfriend of your own to protect you from the lynch mob outside? No, thanks. I'm good on my own. Suit yourself. Let's see if I get lucky.
Chapter 2. Gorion. My name is Gorion. I'm not the temple. I'm an arbiter, and I will kill the Purna. I recite the mantra several more times to keep my mind my own. Sitting as a statue for several hundred years has tricked me into forgetting myself on occasion, especially after taking control over the temple, becoming so in control of its halls, stairways, and gardens to where it's akin to walking and breathing. Some days I do truly forget that I am the statue and not the temple surrounding me. So the mantra is needed from time to time. I study myself for a moment, as I always do on the days my mind is tangled in the roots and mortar of the temple surrounding me. Seeing myself was at one time strange, but no longer. I've likely seen myself from the outside more than I have from the inside. I stand as did when the cursed Purna imprisoned me in my stone form, my face stuck in a grimace gazing down upon my hand, my wings half spread, and my muscles well defined. When turned, I'd lost my loincloth in the ensuing battle, so I've been naked for who knows how long. I must say, I look good. At least eternal imprisonment doesn't allow me to age. My masculine charms are obscured, though, as dried, dead ivy crawls up and over me and... bird shit? The pigeons flutter above me, cackling at their desecration of my visage. Damn you flying rats. I will have vengeance upon you. My eyes float up, but the demon spawns do not cower at my presence, for I have no presence. Once again they mock me. If you will not give me my recompense, then I shall take it from your offspring. I float out into the gardens and find their nests. With the same ease and familiarity of opening my hand, I open the ground under the trees and swallow them along with the progeny of my hated enemies. I float back up to them inside the rafters of the temple. Take that, you childless bastards! My seething hatred for the pigeons isn't born of our one-sided rivalry. No, my true hatred is for the Purna, those magical beings who put me here. Do they still think of me? They must. I am a force to be reckoned with. Dangerous, capable, and malicious. They would be fools not to think of me. Yet here I am, in a blood feud with pigeons. I turn my gaze from the insufferable vermin and dive into the temple and the many traps I've set. Crafting deadly puzzle rooms helps not only avoid the dreaded reality of my perpetual imprisonment, but it helps keep my mind sharp. For once I am free, it will take a keen mind and a body of might to defeat the Purna wretches. My body is frozen in time, yet my mind is free to rot. Throughout the temple, I've crafted different paths that all arrive at me in the center, the heart, of the temple grounds. Some paths are harder than others, but some also weave in and out of each other, granting the traveler the choice of simpler or more difficult rooms. They, of course, have no idea which is which, but it does make for an interesting game when one of my victims starts on an easy path, but then jumps to a hard path. Oh, the looks of confusion. Excellent. I enter a room with only 2 rotting corpses. Too easy. The trap is a classic trapdoor with wood spikes at the bottom of 3 12-foot deep pits. It is, due to its ultimate simplicity, my favorite trap, which I incorporate in a variety of ways throughout the temple grounds. Watching fools fall straight down to be spiked on the sharp wood or metal is always hilarious. Oh no, I am falling. Glag! Chuckling, I set to changing the puzzle. I currently have it set as a simple color code. Red tiles are dangerous, while blue tiles are safe. Far too simple. I add 2 more pits in the room and make the dangerous tiles red, yellow, and black, while making the safe tiles blue, green, and white. That will keep the odds of the room an even 50-50, but I should see some more people make mistakes. I float into the next room where Alice lays. Her soft, delicate features puff and warp as she decomposes. I'm not even sure if her name is Alice, but that is a human name. And she is a human, so it fits. I watched her progression with interest since she made it through the first few traps with relative ease, but this room that I call the fly swatter managed to trip her up and ultimately kill her with a 4x4-foot swinging pad of spikes. A glorious end. You were a good one, Alice. Your shrill screams and whines for your mother shall always bring a smile to my dreams. I open up the floor and ground beneath her and bury her remains, an honor I reserve for only my favorites. I shall never forget you. Starts with an A. Alice. That was it. Alice, I shall never forget you. With her gone, I reset the trap, one of my many pressure plate traps. The stones with frogs and spiders are the safe stones, while the plates with flies and mosquitoes unlock the swinging pads from the ceiling to swoop down and impale whoever is unlucky enough to step in correctly. Perhaps I should change the flies and mosquitoes to pigeons and rats and send those bastards a message. Oh, but then what would I change the frogs and spiders to? Best to leave it as is for now and come back later when I have something more solid. I start to head to another room when a tingle like water trickling down my spine, alerting me to another presence. No, two. 2 new playthings. 2 new souls for my temple to claim. I fly across the temple, passing through walls as easily as passing through air. I reach the 2 as they run from a mob who stands at the gates, torches and peasant weapons in hand. Too bad. I'd love to have so many guests rummaging around my temple. Very well, though. At least 2 have the nerve. I follow behind the 2, both with raven hair as dark as night. Go left, I urge as they pass one of the paths. Damn, no one ever goes left. I worked so hard on those puzzles, and I haven't even had the pleasure of a single rat going down those halls. Perhaps I should make it the second or third option rather than the first. No one wants to take the first door. They stop, and one of them turns, looking at me with dazzling gray eyes. Did you hear that? She asks. The other turns with terribly boring brown eyes, but the fear in them has me licking my lips. This kind of fear leads to bad decisions, which leads to spectacular shows. The mob? No, it was... I don't know. Let's go in here. They're going to work up the nerve sooner rather than later, and we need to make sure they don't find us. She points to a door, taking them down one of the moderate paths. There are offshoots that could see them placed in more difficult puzzle rooms. That thought usually stirs my heart. It usually spreads a grin across my face. But it doesn't this time. Seeing the woman's eyes, there's something about her that I'd like to see more of. Killing her doesn't excite me as much as it should. That's weakness. That's all it is. I love watching these foolish mortals die. It's my only form of entertainment. It's my only way to test if my traps are worthy. I can't let a pretty face and, admittedly, impressive eyes sway that. I can't show weakness. Even if they aren't here, the Perna might know. They might see it somehow with their magics. I'm next to certain they watch me. Day in and day out, I can feel the weight of their eyes on me. Their fear percolates the air. They dread the day that I free myself from their prison. Yes, they know. I can't let them see weakness. I am coming for you, Perna. I shall kill all of you. Sarah, this place is creeping me out, the weaker human says. Blood spatter lines the stone hall, and some of the bones from other adventurers, lost souls or unfortunate fools, litter the floor. I wanted this hallway to set the mood. I designed it with the intent of unsettling my victims, throwing them off balance. Let them feel me. Only one window lets in light, but even that is obscured by the thick dust that clouds the glass. At night, I change the glass to a clean, clear window to let stronger moonlight in. The blood reflects the moonlight very well, if I do say so. In the day, though, the light highlights the dust suspended in air like the ghosts of all my previous guests, obscuring the end of the hall. Overall, it touches on the true ambience of my soul. Dark, gritty, and disgusting. Sarah grimaces. What? No. I misunderstood, not disgusting. The pigeons cackle throughout the castle. They shall rue the day they were crafted by the snake. How could she say that? Other than the dust, which is used magnificently to epitomize the motes of meaning in our lives that swirl upon the winds of change, the room is rather clean. There is the blood, I suppose, but that represents my sacrificial nature. That I not only shed my own blood, but will rend the blood from my foes, all in the name of those that I love and protect. How can she not see? Sarah's eyes narrow on the blood-stained walls, then drift to the window. Quite ominous. Yes, exactly. She does understand. She sees the fruits of my work. I am ominous, as are my desires. It will be a shame to see her die, but I can't show her mercy, lest it be seen by the Purna. Come on, Uri. Sarah pulls the younger woman by the hand, marching toward the end of the hall. We need to put more distance between us and those fools outside. Yes. Go deeper into my web. Throw the little one in first so that you might get farther. I await you, Sarah. She turns her head again, staring directly at me. Does she know where I am? Is that possible? I hover closer, but her gaze doesn't shift, unable to follow my movements. I don't like this. Yuri grimaces, like so many others have in the past, especially those who could sense the dead that haunt my temple. I don't like it either, but we don't have a choice. Her eyes slide over the hallway as she opens the door. Just keep your wits about you. She's clever. She's observant. She's beautiful. That last won't help her reach me past the traps, but the first two will. She has a good chance, better even than Ali. Yes, I shall never forget you, Ali. Much better, in fact. I will refrain from intervening, though that doesn't mean I can't hope. The one named Sarah has my favor. If she reaches me, I shall take her as my mate, and we shall kill all the Purna. A pigeon coos outside. Oh, you shall be dealt with, fiend. The moment I am free, you shall be dealt with.
Chapter 3. Sarah. Just hang on to me. Don't let go. That's what I told Uri before we started navigating these tunnels. Now, I'm kind of regretting it. The girl is taking this a bit too seriously. Every time she jolts in fright, she yanks on my shirt, and it chokes the life out of me each time. Yuri, I say, sending her a dark look over my shoulder. Stop doing that. I'm sorry. Sorry. I don't mean to. I know, but each time you do it, you choke me. I don't like that. It won't happen again. I'm sorry. Thank you. We continue through the tunnels, and I burn vines on the wall like Yuri suggested. It still feels as if we're going around in circles, but we're not seeing any of our previous markers. It doesn't make much sense. I try to ignore the sinking feeling in my chest at the realization that we're completely fucked. It's hot, Yuri whispers, wiping at her forehead. How much longer are we going to spend down here? Not much longer, I don't think. That's what I'm hoping, but the odds are bleak. Despite the burning branch in my hand, I can barely see anything, much less anything that vaguely looks like an exit. We'll figure out a way to escape, don't worry. Are you sure? Yuri, stop asking me questions like that. Sorry. Onward we go. I'm getting exasperated. Ruins usually have cracks in the walls you can slip through, but this half-sunken temple isn't giving us a break. Sometimes we trudge through spots where water rises up to our ankles. Then we enter an area where we feel the mushy ground under our feet sinking with each step. There's so much variation in these tunnels, yet we can't find an exit. What gives? Uri screams. A rodent-like creature scurries across the ground in front of us, causing a flurry of small creatures to spread out across our path. She yanks on my shirt a few times, trying to pull me back, but all it does is choke me. Again. Yurei! Be careful. Uri tries putting herself in front of me, placing herself between the creatures and I. Whoa, what are those things? It's probably a rodent. A what? They're the ones who can chew through walls. Shouldering my way past a frightened Yuri, I sigh. It would be nice if they could chew a path out of here for us right now. I'm sick of these tunnels. The girl swallows hard before reaching out and grabbing my shirt again. An annoyed exhale slips from my nostrils. I appreciate Uri, I really do, but getting choked every now and then while I'm trying to get us out of here isn't helping. Suddenly, the air smells rancid. My nose wrinkles, potent enough to make me stop in my tracks. Yuri does too, not before nearly slamming into my back in the process. I've never seen her this jittery. These ruins are taking their toll on her. Come on, I whisper, shaking off the shock of smelling something so foul. Let's keep moving. I can feel that we're close to getting out of here. Are you absolutely certain? Or is that delirium kicking in already? No, I'm positive. This will work out for us. I promise. Oh, I make a startled noise as Uri yanks on my shirt once again. Whipping around, I smack her hands away and point a finger in her face. That's enough. Cut that out. You're going to kill me if you keep doing that. Do you want that to happen? Do you want me to drop dead right now? Yuri's eyes are wide, and she's not looking at me directly. Something behind me is commanding her attention. She even raises a meek finger to gesture towards something that I can't see. A small noise slips from her mouth, but she doesn't say anything. What? What's going on with you? Sarah. Turning around, I realize what she's gesturing towards. At the same time, I find the most probable source of that disgusting smell that's currently assaulting my nostrils. Dead orcs, badly decomposed. Their corpses litter the ground, positioned awkwardly. The armor on their chest is rusty, as well as the weapons. It seems as if they died at the same time. Their dead bodies occupy much of the space in this hallway, with the foul stench emanating from their bodies permeating even farther. Sarah. Yuri clutches her hand around my wrist. Let's get out of here, please. I don't want these orcs to reawaken. Why would that happen? My eyes narrow. That sounds impossible. That's naive to think, considering everything we just lived through. I bite my tongue. She's right. Yuri makes the first move, but I reach my hand out and grab her shirt. My actions startle her, and she yelps out in surprise. Sarah, what are you doing? We have to get going. Hold on. I squint my eyes, staring at the strange marks across the walls. They're hidden underneath the grime and dirt that has been accumulating here for who knows how long. Is that? Huh? Yuri! On accident, I slam her back into the ground that might have knocked the wind from her lungs. A flash of horror sparks in her eyes as she falls at my feet, which only intensifies once she sees the fate that awaited her. Had she stepped forward? Narrow metal spears jut out of the wall at the same time, exactly over the spot where the orcs' bodies are. They linger like that for a few moments, before retreating back into their spot in the wall, hidden away from all who pass by. Damn. For a second, I almost feel bad for those orcs. What? Yuri grips at her chest. The deep breaths she's taking make her chest rise and fall dramatically. What was... Come on. I take her hands and help her to stand. The expression on her face says it all. She's horrified. I dust off her clothes. We have to keep going. But it's too dangerous, Sarah. I don't want to die in this place. Calm down. I get where you're coming from, but we need to keep pushing forward. We've already explored everywhere else except for what's over there. I point past the orcs with the burning branch that can only illuminate so far. We can't stop now. What if our way out is past these bodies? She hesitates. Her eyes focus on the dead orcs. Then she grimaces. Do we have to? Well, we're not going to go about this blindly, that's for sure. Otherwise, we're going to end up like them. I hand her the burning branch. And I'll be damned if I let that happen. So, what's your plan? Taking a few pebbles in my hand, I stare hard at the stone path before us. Some of these stones are more elevated than others, but it's difficult to determine which ones are like that because of chance or for another nefarious reason. Aiming carefully, I toss the pebbles upon the stones in front of me. Just as I expected, some of the stones trigger the spears to shoot out from the wall. Others are safe to step on. Can you believe this, Uri? I breathe out an incredulous, wispy laugh. Someone set up traps in here. What kind of sick freak would do that? Yuri muses aloud. It's disgusting. Please, Sarah, we need to get out of here. This is making my hair stand up. You got it. I continue tossing my pebbles. They fall gently upon the jagged stones, revealing which ones are safe to stand on and which ones would impale us mercilessly. With bated breaths, Uri and I make our way through the hallway. We work gradually, moving around the corpses that are being feasted upon by small, dark creatures that burrow into their bodies. I gag slightly at the sight, while Uri covers her nose and mouth with a hand. Don't look at it, I manage out, swallowing down bile. It might help if you try to ignore them. Are you serious? With the smell? Yuri's eyes are watering. Keep throwing those pebbles. Working through the hallway, we manage to make it out to the other side with our bodies unharmed. I sigh, running my hands through my hair, while Uri nearly retches on the ground. She hangs onto the wall, putting a fist on her mouth and doing everything she can to hold back the vomit. If you need to let it out, then go for it. I won't judge you. Your judgment is the last thing I'm worried about right now, if I'm being honest. She's blunt, which is another thing I like about her. She tells things how they are and doesn't cut around corners to spare me of my feelings. It's good to have someone like that around. They humble you, especially during the times you need it the most. Clapping a hand over her shoulder, I rub circles into her skin and wait as she recovers from the bout of nausea. She huffs out a breath and wipes her mouth, wincing slightly. Her face is pale, but she carries on like a warrior. You're not going to let us die, right? That question takes me by surprise. Of course not. Who would let that happen to themselves in the first place? Someone who runs into an old, scary temple with death traps waiting in the underground tunnels that I didn't know existed. Yuri shrugs. I don't know. It's a shot in the dark. Nothing is going to happen to us, Uri. I promise. I'll repeat that for as long as I need to. She nods. Then, she waits for me to take the lead. I don't blame her. I'm not going to admit this out loud, but I think I got us into a horrible situation. It's all my fault. In my attempt to get us away from the lynch mob, I only worsened our situation. Is there any way out of this death trap? Will we be stuck here forever? I'm terrified, but thankfully, the burning branch isn't enough to show off the goosebumps running along my skin or the way my hands trembled violently. I'm glad she's the one holding the branch, because my hands feel barely functional after what just happened. This is my fault. I should have listened to Uri when she pleaded with me not to go into this temple. Now look at us. We're on the brink of death because of my stupidity. How am I going to make this up to her? How am I going to save us from this situation? Chase and Levias. Oh no, I'm so sorry. If something happens to Uri, I'll have to beg on my knees for their forgiveness. None of this was my intention. Yet I keep worsening the situation with each passing moment. It's excruciating. Sarah, Uri says, are you all right? When I look at her, she's gazing at me with a curious glint in her eyes. The color slowly returns to her face, but that might just be the flame bringing some redness to her skin. I am. Why do you ask? Uri shrugs. You went quiet. You're the one who's supposed to have their head on straight, so it feels weird now that the roles are different. Huh, I guess so. I fiddle with my bowler hat, the one that used to belong to my brother. It has razor blades sewn into the hem, a good weapon if things get hairy. Things could be worse, I suppose. Sure, we could have died alongside those orcs. Uri juts her thumb over her shoulder. Thanks to you, we're still alive to see another day. But for how long will our luck last? I'm sure we haven't seen the last of these death traps. Things are going to get worse before they get better. But for Uri, I lift my chin up and smile. I hope she doesn't see the fear in my eyes.
Chapter 4. Gorion. I continue to watch the puny little pink flesh bags as they walk through my temple, my interest in the one called Sarah only growing. She is oh so clever, so much more clever than any flesh bag I've ever seen before. And beautiful. Quite stunning to look at, despite how much tinier she is than I in my walking form. For the God's sake, Uri, calm down, she says, looking at her friend with an exasperated expression on her face. We're going to get caught by the mob if we aren't careful. We just have to figure out what other traps might be waiting for us and then avoid them. Clever girl. So smart. She is cunning and resourceful, without a doubt. It would be such a shame if she were to die in one of my upcoming traps. Such a waste. But I did decree that the temple would decide their fate, and that is that. I cannot break my word, even with myself. It would be unfathomable for a gargoyle to break the rules, especially for their own gain. Look, right here, Sarah says as she steps along a narrow stony path. See those little vents in the floor? If you're not careful, those will shoot boiling steam and melt our flesh off our bones. Avoid those vents, she tells her companion. How did you figure that out? The other called Uri asks. I can barely tell which is a vent and which is just a crack in the stones. It's easy, Sarah says, bending down to carefully run a finger around the vent without getting close enough to trigger the steam trap. If you listen closely, you can hear wind whistling through the spots right here, she explains. We're nowhere near outside, so it must mean that the wind is coming from below. What would possibly generate enough wind to cause the noise? A pipe full of steam. It is very observant of her to notice that. The last group to enter my temple and make it to this point did not account for the steam vents, and their bones now decorate my inner chambers. I like to use the remains of the ones who fail as decor, as a reminder of my power. Except the orcs. They're disgusting, smelly, perverse beasts. Let them rot as a sign that they are utterly worthless. The two, who I am now thinking of as like pets to me, carefully sidestep the steam vents, though there's a harrowing moment where Yuri just clears the vent before a billowing bout of steam shoots out, and she shrieks, though remains unharmed. Shh, Sarah chides her, putting a finger to her lips. You never know who might be lurking around listening. That is very smart of her, though the only person who can hear them is me, and I have no interest in interfering just yet. The one called Sarah removes her bowler hat and pins her long black hair up before replacing the hat. I wonder if the pressure is getting to her, making her warm. Some of the flesh bags, like the dark elves, were always sweating and nervous when they made their way through my temple, as though any minute they would be run straight through. Then again, with the way the temple is designed to protect me in my stone sleep, danger does lurk around every corner. The tangled vines that have grown around the temple in the years I have slumbered are thick and difficult to navigate, adding to the dangers for any who dare trespass. I observe as Sarah tests a thick vine now, trying to decide if it is capable of holding her weight. What are you doing? Yuri asks her. Who knows what other traps we're going to find, Sarah says, pulling on the vine with all her weight as she tears it from the wall. We need to be resourceful. She wraps the vine like a whip and ties it to her belt. And take precautions, she adds. That's a good idea. Yuri reaches out for a vine herself, a smaller one. Sarah slaps her hand away, though. Don't, she says, eyeing the vine she chose. What? Just because you're a gangster and you're so tough? You don't think I can handle myself? Yuri asks, yanking the vine from the wall. A loud, grinding, groaning noise is all the warning they get before the boulder trap I set goes off. No, because you just set off a trap, Sarah yells as she grabs Yuri's arm, pulling them away in the nick of time, flattening the both of them against the wall as the huge, heavy boulder goes rolling past them. Shit, Yuri breathes, sweat dotting her brow. Shit. How did you know? There's a tangle of vines right there that were the only thing keeping that boulder from rolling down on us. When you grabbed that smaller vine, it loosened them, Sarah explains. Yuri looks back at the vines warily and shakes her head. Whoever designed this place clearly didn't want us in here. Are you sure it's a good idea to venture deeper into its lair? She asks. Do you want to face the traps or the lynch mob? Sarah snaps at her. Yuri holds up her hands in defeat and sighs. Okay, fine, she shakes her head. You win. I'd rather die from being squashed by a boulder than killed by that mob, I guess. She sighs and trudges along behind Sarah. Hang on. I don't think this ground is as secure as it looks. Sarah grabs Uri and yanks her towards herself. What? Just something about this doesn't look right. There are piles of dead vines and grass all over the floor, designed to lure any visitors into a false sense of security. It is intriguing that Sarah picks up on that fact. Not many do. What do you think it is? Yuri looks around, wrapping her arms around herself as she shivers with nerves. Hang on. Let me just... Sarah steps forward and then to the side, testing her theory. Unfortunately, her mental calculations are slightly off because she drops down into the pit that was concealed by the dead vines and grass. Yuri screams. My heart sinks. I really thought Sarah would survive the traps. The debris and dust clear from the air, and Yuri ventures to the edge of the pit, looking down into it. Sarah? She calls. There's no reply, and Yuri whimpers. Sarah! Help! Sarah calls back suddenly. She survived? I use the eyes of the batlaz carved into the edge of the platform nearby to peer down into the chasm. There she is, clinging to a rocky outcropping with both hands, just below the lip of the edge. Help! She yells again. I've got you! Yuri kneels down and reaches, but her grasp just is not long enough. I can't reach! Here! Sarah pulls one hand off the rock, making Yuri jump back. Hang on! I'm going for the vine rope! Her grip slips a little, and Yuri lets out a shriek, but she grabs back onto the outcropping with both hands before taking a deep breath. Okay! Sarah swings the vine up, and Yuri tries to catch it, but it falls back down. Again! Yuri yells, and Sarah swings the vine up once more. She grabs it this time and scrambles to wrap it around a heavy rock, allowing Sarah to use the leverage to climb out of the pit. You did it! Yuri grabs Sarah and hugs her. Sarah holds herself stiffly for a moment before relaxing into the hug. We're still not out of the woods yet, Sarah warns her. The mob is still on our trail, and we've disabled a lot of traps. They'll have an easier time getting to us if we don't find somewhere to hide. Right. Yuri nods and follows Sarah after she grabs the vine and wraps it around her belt again. The two of them are nearing the entrance to the antechamber and facing my deadliest trap yet. It's easy to get confident and cocky if one were to make it to this point, to think that they were past the worst of it. Here, Yuri points to the entrance of the antechamber. There's steps and then a little lake. Hopefully if we just swim across, we can hide in that chamber over there. She points to my inner sanctum. Be careful, Sarah warns as they descend the wide marble steps. It's covered in more dead vines and leaves, along with copious amounts of bird excrement. I despise those winged bastards for what they've done to my temple. The water is so clear. You can practically see all the way to the bottom, Yuri remarks, standing on the bottom step, where the flooded antechamber awaits. Yeah. Sarah is distracted from her friend, looking out over the rippling waters as she tries to piece together what the trap might be. This one is nearly impossible to figure out, though. There's no obvious solution, not like my other traps. There's no way to simply think your way across, nor can you use brute strength or agility alone. Yuri reaches down and hovers her fingers over the edge of the water. Look, it's just water, she shrugs. It's not even hot. No, don't, Sarah warns, but it's too late. And as soon as Yuri's fingers dip below the surface, a hand shoots out and grabs her, dragging her under. This is my most dangerous trap of them all. Once you breach the surface of the water, a fish monster will drag you below the depths and drown you, trapping you for eternity. Help! Yuri screams, thrashing about. She uses a bit of power to shoot off some kind of weak sparks. A Perna? Here? Good riddance, I think, as I watch the fish monster drag her under once more. Yuri! Sarah screams, jumping into the water as well. If I were standing there watching with her, I would have grabbed Sarah to stop her. My heart lurches in my stone chest once more. This time I know that Sarah and Yuri are all but dead. There's no escaping this trap. I designed it that way, to be my ultimate defense. No one has ever gotten past this before. One would need a dark elf's dexterity and an orc's strength to make it across. But perhaps I made this trap too unfair. After all, what is a test if there is no winning? I watch for a moment as the fish monster's attention is split between the two of them. Sarah manages to get hold of Yuri and propel her towards the steps again, but just as Yuri is about to drag herself up them, the fish monster breaks the surface and wails, grabbing Yuri by the ankle to drag her under. Uri! Sarah bellows, thrashing through the water, her hat lost to the depths, hair spilling out everywhere. Uri! She stops, swimming around to look for her friend. The only noises are the gentle splashes of water as she turns around and around. Yuri! She shouts her name again. But just then the fish monster breaks the surface and starts dragging Sarah down below the depths. I can't bear the thought that she got all this way only to die because my trap is too complicated for her. It feels unfair, as though she should be able to win, but it's impossible because of arbitrary rules. Even though it goes against my own promise, I decide that I've designed the trap too hard, and with a rumble I split the floor of the antechamber, down at the bottom of the lake, and the water begins to drain from the cracks. As the room shakes, a boulder falls right onto the fish monster, pinning it with a hideous screech, and it dies. Sarah and Yuri lay at the bottom of the lake, coughing and sputtering water out of their lungs. I watch them as they recover, the niggling feeling that I only did this to save Sarah gnawing at the back of my mind.
Chapter 5. Sarah. As Uri and I lay on the floor of the temple, sputtering and coughing out water from our lungs, only one thing is on my mind. How did we survive that? We slowly start to sit up. I wring out my hair, looking around suspiciously. That trap should have ended us. There was no way to get across that lake without the lake monster drowning us. If not for the crack drawing out the water, and the boulder that pinned and killed the fish monster, we would be dead. I look around, and the eerie feeling I'd had since we entered begins to slowly subside. Something tells me there are no more immediate dangers from here on out. Uri and I get to our feet, and we squeeze water out of our sopping wet clothes, and I pull my hair back up into a bun, gazing around at the piles of broken bones and dead vines that litter the lake bed. My hat! I rush over to the corner, near the dead monster, where my bowler sits, as though it's waiting for me. Turning it upside down, I dump the water out of it before I place it back on my head. I feel much more secure with my hat on. The doors of the room beyond this chamber swing open invitingly, and Uri and I glance at each other. Should we go? She asks. It could be another trick or a trap. I shake my head. I don't think it is. I think this was the final trap. I watch as Uri takes off her dress, leaving her in her shift. I'm cold. Maybe I can lay my dress out to dry. Just be careful, I say, as I creep towards the doors that swing open and closed. I'm pretty sure there aren't any more traps, but I'm not stupid enough to get cocky. Uri lays her dress out over a rock and joins me as we push our way through the doors. They groan and creak, as though it's been a long time since they were opened. A cloud of dust is released, and we both cough, throwing our arms up to cover our faces. Once inside, after the dust settles, we realize just how massive the room itself is. Wow, look at the ceiling, Uri cries out. It's gilded with gold and painted a deep blue, like the sky, with golden stars dotting the surface. The whole thing is gorgeous, even under layers of grime and debris. Stone steps lead to a dais on which a large, hulking figure sits in the dead center of the room. It looks like a gargoyle, but it's hard to tell because of all the leaves and vines that cover it. We exchange glances, and I approach, cautious and wary. Nothing happens when I reach the figure, much to my relief. I pull away the vines that cover its face and gasp. It's stunning with a perfectly symmetrical face and rich copper skin. Deep-set eyes sit under a low, sloping brow. It's got a perfectly carved aquiline nose that curves slightly at the tip. His lips are thick and plush-looking, and his cheekbones are sharp enough to cut glass. Well, he's certainly handsome, I think, as I brush away more dust and debris from him. Look at him, I say, in awe as I clean him up a bit. He's gorgeous, like one of the gods themselves. He's all right, I guess, Uri says with a shrug, if you're into that sort of thing. Don't listen to her, I coo like it's real. You're very handsome. I pat his cheek. I'm going to clean him up a bit, I tell Uri, who has started wandering the room, looking at the beautiful interior. I need water and some kind of cloth. Following my ear, I hear the sound of running water a bit in the distance and find a mineral spring behind the interior chamber. There's a bucket there, and I grab it, accidentally getting a splinter from the rough wood. Ouch! I yelp, pulling out the shard of wood from my fingertip. blood wells up and I suck on it. Stupid bucket. Once I take it back to the chamber, I shuck off my wet jacket, deciding to tear it into strips for cloth. I start to rub the stone clear of grime and dust and bird shit. Poor thing, I say to him. You've probably long been in need of a good washing up. I wipe away the grime from his face and his bare shoulders. Gods, I whisper to myself, making sure Yuri can't hear me. You're just so sexy. Too bad you're made of stone, handsome. I wipe his chest and imagine cleaning it if he were made of flesh and bone instead of stone. He'd be so tempting if he were real. I pull my hand away and realize I've smeared some blood on him with my finger. Oops. I wipe it away, but some of it doesn't come off. Sorry, I apologize as I wipe him down more, drifting down to his waistline. One glance tells me that this statue is anatomically correct, and I turn my head away in a hurry. Aren't you a big boy? I murmur to myself, a blush rising on my cheeks. I have a half-fleeting thought of rubbing that part clean and decide that I'm clearly in need of rest, because that is wildly inappropriate. Get it together, I order myself. Instead, my mind conjures up an image of the gargoyle rescuing me. But that's just as pointless, right? Just because the gargoyle Levias fell in love with Chase doesn't mean I could have the same thing happen to me. Thinking things like that is just silly. Hey, Yuri. I glance up to see her staring at me, head tilted to the side. Just cleaning the statue, I add, moving my hand hastily to a more appropriate location on his arm. I just had a question. When Chase met Levias, what exactly happened? How did he awaken? I'm not entirely sure. Uri shakes her head. I think he just sort of awakened when she needed him most. I consider that for a moment. Do you think there might be a way to wake this guy up? I ask. I don't know. Do you want to wake him up? Maybe. I don't know. It might be useful to have help against the lynch mob if they find us. I clear away some more vines from his limbs. Do you want to wake him? I don't see what the point is. If he's a monster, he might be worse than the lynch mob. Levias was helpful with Chase's stuff, I point out. Maybe whoever awakens him can command him. I wasn't there, so I don't know. All I know is that Levias became obsessed with Chase quite quickly. I don't know if that's a gargoyle thing or a whoever awakens the stone figure thing. I think we better figure out how to seal the chamber doors, Yuri says. I don't want the stone thing waking up, but I really don't want that mob finding us either. Yeah, I just want to finish cleaning him off, I say, gesturing to the stone gargoyle. I know it's crazy. I just feel like he deserves to be clean. Yuri shakes her head at me, not understanding the drive inside me to take care of the poor statue. I'll go shut the doors and see about locking them. You do whatever you need to do with him. She makes a gesture at the statue. I move back to cleaning him off, determined to make him feel more like his old self. Even if he's probably just a statue, he deserves to feel like someone cares. I move off the last of the vines and find a layer of grime covering his feet. Let's get you cleaned up all nicely, I smile as I wipe off the dirt from around his thick, muscular calves. Boy, you're really fit. Do you work out much? From the corner of my eye, I can see Uri getting the heavy doors jammed shut with a few thick branches. Even if they don't hold the mob back forever, It should give us enough time to run if they get to the chamber. Hey, Yuri turns to me once she's done. She comes over and sits on the steps next to me, drawing her knees to her chest. I forgot to tell you. Thank you for saving me. She turns to face me, a blush on her cheeks. I was stupid out there. I'm sorry I accused you of not believing I can take care of myself. Clearly I can't. Nah. I shake my head as I continue wiping off my new friend. It would have been tough for either of us to survive on our own in here. We both played our parts in getting us this far. You and I make a good team, I think. Right. Yuri smiles wider. Why are you so obsessed with cleaning that statue anyway? I don't know, I say. Something to pass the time, I offer. Or maybe I just feel like this place is weirdly special, and I hate to see him locked away and covered in dung and dead plants. Whoever designed this place was clever and intelligent, and wanted to protect this guy right here. He deserves a little respect. Plus, maybe I feel like helping him is another step on my road to redemption. We wouldn't be here if not for my former life as a gang member. Uri has my protection, but I need to keep working to do good. I did a lot of bad in the Boulder Street Brothers. Even though I want to change things around, it doesn't matter if I don't walk the walk. Protecting Uri and cleaning a statue is barely a first step anyway. So, what do you want to do once we're free of the lynch mob? I ask, wiping the last of the grime from the statue. What are your big plans for your life? I just want to find some kind of normal life. I don't want these powers. I just want to be normal and not worry about people trying to use me or to kill me for having them. Yuri wraps her arms around herself. If I could just be normal, then maybe I could be happy. Happiness is overrated, I shrug. I thought I was happy in the gang, and look how that turned out. Maybe there isn't even such a thing as normal, anyway. Maybe, even if you're normal, people will still try to go after you for some kind of perceived difference. I guess. But it sure would be nice to not have to worry about attracting the wrong kind of people just because of my powers. Yuri sighs. I can't relate. I think it would be incredible to have fire powers, personally. But I'm not about to say that to her. I glance back up at the statue, marveling at how nice he looks now that he's all clean. He's really something to look at, isn't he? I nudge Uri. Something like that, she chuckles. I'm staring at him when the mouth moves ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly, with a grinding noise like stone on stone. Did you see that? I turn to Yuri, who is looking at the doors. Yuri, did you see that? See what? She asks, taking in my wild-eyed look. Are you all right? The statue moved. Didn't you hear it? No, But just then, a voice rises from inside the statue, like the groan of an earthquake. Run, run, Uri asks, tone rising. Run from what? I don't know. From him? He can't hurt us. He can barely move. The door to the chamber rumbles loudly, and then suddenly bursts open. The lynch mob rushing into the room. Tim Stanley points at us. Get them, he yells. Run, Uri, I scream, pushing her away from me. We both scramble to our feet and rush, heading for the room with the mineral spring, but it's too late. We're quickly surrounded, and the men capture us. Help! I shout.
Chapter 6. Gorion. Sarah and her companion have done nothing but surprise me over and over. I never expected that they could survive my traps. Even if they had help with the last one, they made it the rest of the way themselves. Even the one called Uri was just as surprising. She talked so openly about wanting to reject her powers. Perhaps she is not like the Prona I once encountered. And Sarah is, of course, the most surprising of all. Not only is she intelligent, but she is incredibly kind, cleaning me off like I'm important to her. She has no idea that I can hear every word she says, and I enjoy how much she praises me. I'm not one to turn down praise, especially for how much she seems to enjoy my body. She's also quite a bit more attractive than I was initially aware of. Now that I can see her up close, I realize she is slender and small, but with a sparkle in her slate-gray eyes that lights up her face. Her deep, onyx hair is shiny under her bowler hat, and though she wears baggy, men's clothes, there's no hiding the generous curve she's been endowed with. Her pale skin practically shimmers under the lights in my chamber, reminding me of moonstone. When she gets a drop of blood on me, I can't believe my luck. It's not much, but it's just enough to start the process of waking me up. I wish I could tell her how to wake me from my stone sleep, but the curse prevents that. If only I could explain to her that I need more blood. I want to see her face when she sees I can talk back to her. Even more than that, I want to talk to her, to understand more about her past. It seems she's on the run from her past, which is only more interesting to me. Gargoyles have no real system of morality like the other races. Whatever we do is right and just, as we are essentially gods ourselves. So Sarah feeling guilt or anxiety about her past is quite intriguing. I want to know more about the human ways. For now, though, I am content with watching her work. The lake water has soaked her through, and her shirt clings to her curves nicely. I would like to see more of her. Perhaps if I can get myself moving, I can tell her how to break the stone sleep. She would, of course, happily free me. Yes, she is perfect. I've already started thinking of her as mine. Why shouldn't I? I spared her, and she clearly feels drawn to me. It's only right then that I see her as my property, as belonging to me. I'm already feeling the stirrings of lust for her as she touches me. It's clearly divined by the cosmos that our lives should intertwine. Just as I'm getting enough energy to speak something to her, to let her know of my presence, I feel something inside of my temple. The mob that's been chasing them has entered my space. I can use my runic carvings to switch my view on them now, and I do, watching in a kind of fascination as the group determinedly makes their way past the disabled traps, getting closer and closer to Sarah and her friend. No, this simply will not do. I cannot let them hurt either of the females. Sarah belongs to me, and I can sense she would be unhappy if I were to let harm come to her friend as well. They are both mine to protect. I don't know what to do, so I cast about for ideas. I don't have much strength. I can't do anything. The only thing I can do is let the temple decide their fate for now. Unfortunately, the monster is dead, and so the hardest trap is disabled. Even if they were to make it to this point, there's nothing stopping them anymore. I curse myself for letting this human get to me. I should not have interfered. I should have left her for dead. Still, my heart is heavy inside of me at the thought that she would have been better off dead. Perhaps there is one thing I can do. I can warn them. I need to warn them. Using every ounce of strength I possess, all the energy I can muster, I speak a single word. Run. The single drop of blood that Sarah spilled is not enough to do more than that, unfortunately. The mob bursts into my inner sanctum. They surround Sarah and her friend, capturing them. My ire rises. How dare they touch what belongs to me? The leader, an old, feeble man, faces off against my Sarah now. "What do you have to say for yourself, bitch?" he sneers. "Burn you!" Sarah says, her arms held back by two of the mob. The man's eyes darken, and he reaches back and slaps her hard across the face, splitting her lip open. I could kill him. I will, once I'm freed. I'm utterly helpless to protect what's mine, and I burn to kill that man. It looks like fortune has smiled on me, though, because Sarah's head falls back from the force of the slap, and it means more of her blood lands on me. Enough to fully awaken me this time. I don't have enough strength back yet to do anything yet, though. I am forced to watch as the mob drags the two women to the other side of the dais, tying them up to a support column. They gather dead vines and limbs and begin to build a circle around them. What is this? They're planning to burn them at the stake? My rage intensifies. How dare they do this to her? I chose to spare her. They are now thwarting my will. I can't move or speak, but a fire burns inside of me, the rage consuming me. I will not stand for this. Those who oppose me, who defy my will, shall fear my wrath. With the surging strength inside, I manage to take a single step forward, the loud sound of grinding stone on stone alerting the room to my presence. That is right, foolish mortals. Fear me. I glower, showing my hand by taking another step. Gargoyle! Someone shouts. It's alive! He'll tear us apart if we don't leave! Another yells. Let's get out of here! The mob moves as though single-minded, scattering away from me, pushing and shoving each other to get out of the chamber. Stop! Their leader jumps onto the dais. Stop running! Look! The crowd all turn to face him. This gargoyle is weak, barely able to move. He's not even a threat. The real threat is the witches. Burn them! Yeah. One of the more brave mob members moves forward, grabbing Sarah and her friend and tying them tighter to the post. Let's kill the weak gargoyle! This inspires the others, and they begin to get back to work, some gathering more kindling for the fire as their leader approaches with his torch. Any last words? He asks, a smirk on his face. A group of more brave members come up, attacking me with knives and razors, though it does nothing to my stone skin. I can't afford to stop trying to move, and I manage to take another step, then another. I'm still very stiff, though, and move with the speed of a snail. Curse the Purna who put us into this sleep. I will have my revenge as soon as I'm freed from this stone prison. The men continue to attack me, using clubs to beat at me, but the blows merely glance off my hardened skin. It does no harm, and if I could speak, I would, to warn them that their foolish endeavor is pointless, and if they cared for their lives, they would stop. Sarah and Yuri are screaming at the leader, who is moving his torch down now, setting the vines and limbs ablaze. Let us go! We're not witches! Sarah screams. We're not! You've got it all wrong! Shut up! The leader says with a growl. Shut up! Shut up! You'll die for your sins! I manage to kick some of the men out of my way and they fall to the ground, whimpering like the cowards they are. Several of the attackers jump on me, trying to slow my movement by grabbing at my arms and my feet. I kick them off and continue to fight my way to the fire. I cannot let them hurt Sarah. I must save her. With all the strength I can muster up, I manage to get just in front of them, but the leader stands in my way. I demand you stop, blasphemous creature! We are doling out justice! You're interfering in our pursuit! Stop! He screams, holding his hands up. I ignore him and continue forward, watching in satisfaction as he backs up closer and closer to the fire, eyeing it behind him to ensure he does not get caught up in the flames. Stop! Stop! He screams at me, and he stands with his chest puffed up. I ignore him, though, and keep moving forward, movement getting a little easier now. He refuses to move, so I just continue on over him, flattening him under me. The crunch of bones and the screams are all I need to hear to know that he's dead, squashed under me like a pilas. I walk over him and make my way to the fire, knocking more of the mob members out of my way, uncaring if I kill them or not. If they get in my way, they are dead. I do not care about anything right now but saving my Sarah. If I have to squash the entire mob under my heel, then so be it. As I arrive, I realize that the flames are licking at the girl's feet, and I kick away the wood and vines, tearing at the ropes that bind them. Freeing Sarah's companion first, I move her swiftly to my dais, laying her down to recover from the ordeal before stiffly moving my way back to save Sarah. It takes a lot out of me, but I manage to get back over to her and grab her. She falls into my arms and I brush the hair out of her eyes, realizing that she is not breathing. No, no. This is no good, not at all. I carry her over to the dais as well, laying her next to her friend. I must save her. It's going to be a pain to save her if I'm still stoned, though. So I reach down and gently kiss her, getting more of her blood onto me. I feel the last of the stone shackles break, and my skin starts to turn to flesh, crackling as the stone falls away. Sarah saved me, and I need to repay her by saving her as well. Starting with pressing gently on her chest, I lean down to see if her heart is still beating. She is. She's still alive in there. She just needs oxygen. I blow into her mouth, pressing on her chest again. I know how to breathe life into others, and I keep doing it, hoping she will wake up. Many are screaming in the background. Some have panicked and run out the door. Others are still trying to attack me, braver now that I am flesh and bone once more. I push them off, trying to concentrate on reviving Sarah. "Enough!" I yell. "If you value your life, stand back or perish!" Now that I'm free to work, I continue, hoping that my ministrations will be enough to wake her.
Chapter 7. Sarah. At first, I truly believed that the fire is going to be what takes us. I'd only heard stories as a child about people being burned at the stake, and in my childish mind, the flames burned their bodies from their feet to their head. It's not like that in real life. The ring of fire around us eats up all the oxygen long before the flames reach us, so I'm gasping for breath, unable to take in a single lungful of air when I feel faint, as though I'm on the verge of passing out. It's strange. We got this far, only to fail right at the end, I think, as I close my eyes. I was going to redeem myself. I wanted to follow the right path. I wish my stone gargoyle could have saved us. The next thing I know, I'm gasping for air, flat on my back. I look up, confused. Is that my gargoyle, I think, the face above me going in and out of focus? The only thing I can see is his mouth as it descends upon me again, and I feel his lips, just as plush and pliable as I imagined, on mine. Air fills my lungs once more, and I can breathe again. The face that fills my vision looks back at me, relief clear in their eyes. And what eyes they are. They're bicolored, one a deep, warm gold, the other a cool, soft silver, like jewels set into the face of a god. I must still be dreaming, I murmur. My gargoyle's face is even more beautiful in the flesh than I imagined. If it is a dream, I definitely don't want to wake up. I reach out for the gargoyle, touching his cheek. The dream gargoyle looks back at me, expression softening. I can't exactly tell, but he looks pleased and starts to smile. It's at that moment that I notice a flash of movement from behind him. "Look out!" I yell, attempting to pull him towards me, but unable to move his heavy body. I realize that I'm not dreaming, and I'm looking at one of the lynch mob behind us, certain that they're about to hurt us. "Get away!" I try to warn him. It's Neil Kaplan, the Weasley bastard. I expect him to strike, but like the rat he is, he throws himself to the floor, pleading with the gargoyle to spare his life. "Please, sir," he says, choking out wet sobs. We were only following orders. I never wanted to hurt them. The voice that comes out of my gargoyle is deep and rumbling. Perhaps I can use some help around here. I require some slaves. Do you pledge to loyally serve me, pathetic human? Neil nods wildly in affirmation, wiping his snotty face with the back of his hand. You can start by cleaning my temple, top to bottom. It's filthy in here. I haven't had a good cleaning in Who knows how long? Get rid of all the vines and dead leaves, and wipe away the bird shit. I despise those bastard creatures. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Neil stumbles over his words, trying to quickly stand up and bow at the same time. It makes him look stupid, and I stifle a giggle. One more thing, he says, stopping Neil with a piercing stare. Neil nods, trembling all over. Kill any of those damned two-winged monstrosities that dare sully my temple with their presence. Yes, sir. He nods. I'm still holding a grudge. He turns back to me. All those years of being crapped on? Not something I'll easily forget. This time, I do laugh out loud at that. Neil turns to face the members of the mob that remain, those who weren't killed or didn't flee in terror. You heard the man. Let's get to work, he shouts. The dozen left start by picking up leaves and vines and gathering them with the fodder that they used a few minutes ago to try to burn us, tossing it into the smoldering pile to get rid of the detritus. They move, listening to Neil without question. It's infuriating watching Neil and the others get away with their crimes. Perhaps it's because I know exactly what a little rat Neil is. He's only doing this to spare his own life. I know that in reality, he doesn't give two craps about any of the other mob members. He'd sell them out to save his own skin as soon as led them for their new master. I don't want to be ungrateful to the Gargoyle, though. He saved us, at great expense to himself. I don't know how he broke free of his stone form, but he seemed to have exerted a lot of effort and energy, as he's still sitting with us. Thank you for saving us. Yuri speaks up all of a sudden. You helped us, even though we trampled all over your temple. I appreciate that you helped us out. Your appreciation is noted, the Gargoyle said, though his tone seemed warm enough. Thank you for saving Sarah too, Yuri adds, glancing at me. You breathed life back into her. That's pretty impressive. I am an impressive being. The Gargoyle puffs his chest out. No need to thank me for that. I have plans now that I've been freed, and your presence just speeds up the process. One of the Gargoyle's new, adoring followers accidentally drops a ceramic vase that decorated the opposite side of the dais, and it shatters with a loud noise, drawing our attention to him. Oops, he says, looking sheepishly at the Gargoyle. Clean it up, the Gargoyle says stiffly. And no more foolish mistakes. This temple is my home, and I will not have you disrespecting it. You heard the man, Neil yells. No one disrespects our master by breaking his things. If you do, you'll be whipped. No, you'll be killed. The Gargoyle emphasizes the word with clenched fists. If you're going to be my slaves, you'll serve me properly. All of you will pledge your undying loyalty to me, and that you give your lives in my service. Any of you that objects will find out just what else this temple hides and be fed to it. Yes, master, Neil shouts, followed by the others, like a sycophantic chorus. This Gargoyle is much sterner than Levias. He's got a gleam in his eyes, like he knows exactly what he's doing. It's intriguing, the way he commands the room. I should thank you as well, I say. You saved my life. I'm eternally grateful. The way his mouth curves up sends a shiver down my spine. He's pleased, that's obvious. But there's something more to it, like he's been waiting to hear me thank him. Of course, he says, bowing his head briefly to me. What's your name? I ask. I want to thank you properly. I am called Gorion, he says. Gorion the Arbiter. Thank you, Gorion. I feel warmth infuse my cheeks at the look on his face. Why is this gargoyle doing such things to me? Not only did I obsess over getting him clean before, but now that he's here, alive and flesh, I find my sinful thoughts from earlier returning. You are welcome. My name is Sar, but Gorion beats me to it. Sarah Ripley. I know this, and that is Yuri Hunter. I was able to watch you both as you navigated your way through my temple. I have eyes all over the place, even when I was in my stone sleep. I blush deeper, thinking of the things I said to him. I hope he didn't hear it. He probably did. Oh, fuck. I duck my head. You are incredibly cunning and brave, he continues, and resourceful. I would never have expected you to navigate your way through so easily. No one else has managed to get as far as you did, and no one has ever managed to survive the way you did. The praise is almost dizzying, or maybe it was the lack of oxygen when they tried to light me on fire. I turn, trying to cool my heated cheeks with fanning myself. Taking a second, I watch the sycophants clean the temple, moving broken limbs and dead vines from the walls and wiping them down. If I thought it was beautiful in here before, it's becoming even more stunning to look at now. The gilded gold paint begins to gleam as the walls are given a wash, and the blue looks deeper in hue without the dust that covered it. Sarah really did a good job helping, Yuri says, as though she's trying to talk me up to Gorion. She knew how to spot the traps before I did. She saw stuff I didn't even see. It's because of how intelligent she is, Gorion agrees. She seems unaware of her own strength. A shame, really. That's Sarah, though, Yuri says. She's too modest for her own good. Even more of a shame. She ought to be proud of the skills she possesses. I feel awkward at the way they're talking about me, as if I'm not even there. It seems like Gorion is already enamored with me, and Uri doesn't need to help him. Yuri, please, I plead. I give her a look. What? She asks, feigning innocence. I'm just saying, you don't need to be so modest, Sarah. I'm hardly all that, I mumble. Nonsense, Gorion insists, as though he knows me well by now. You saved your friend from the boiling steam with your intelligence and from the boulder with your quick thinking. Well, Yuri saved me from the pit, I point out. She rescued me too. Yeah, but I wouldn't have been able to help you if you hadn't been smart enough to think of keeping that thick vine on your belt, Yuri says. She doesn't want to seem self-important, but I would be dead if it weren't for her, she says, crossing her arms. And you, she adds, looking up at Gorion. I don't like the way they're getting along so well. It unsettles me, like they're trying to conspire something behind my back. I watch as Gorion and Yuri continue to extol my virtues and sing my praises. Oh, come on, I'm not a good singer. I jump in when Yuri decides to start making stuff up about me. Well, she's still amazing, Yuri insists, sulking a little from being called out. Indeed she is, Gorion says. I think she'll do nicely. Nicely for what? I ask, narrowing my eyes. She will make a fine mate indeed. Gorion nods, ignoring me like I hadn't just spoken. Oh, for sure, Yuri agrees. It takes a second for my brain to catch up. Wait, what? Mate? Excuse me? Was I hallucinating? Maybe I'm still asleep, still dreaming after being nearly burned to death. Maybe this is all just an elaborate dream, and I'm going to wake up at any minute and realize I made the whole thing up. Sorry. What? Can you repeat that? My mate, Gorion repeats. You will be my mate. Ah, okay. One more time. I think you just said, I'm going to be your mate. Yes, you are, he says, confirming that I didn't hallucinate or mishear him. I have to take a beat. What in the world? Was Levias like this with Chase? I can't even imagine what this gargoyle is thinking. Just because he's cute doesn't mean he can just say things like this. Still, would it really be so bad to be mated to such a strong, attractive person? He's powerful, and he can help me on my road to redemption. I've been attracted to him from the start, from the moment I laid eyes on him. Was I really considering this? I can't be. This is absurd, out of the question. We barely know each other. It doesn't work like this. What am I going to do? I'm conflicted. On the one hand, I could protest, but I have a feeling that won't go over well. On the other, I could give in, but no, I'm not going to just give in. I open my mouth to speak. Chapter 8. Sarah. You can't just say that I'm your mate, I burst out, surprising myself. I'm not entirely sure what I was going for there, but that wasn't it. Yes, I can. Gorion looks bemused at my incredulity. I just did. Did you not hear me? I shake my head, trying to speak, but he continues, barreling over my words. I'm not about to. On Protheka, the strong rule the weak. That is the law. His tone is flat, leaving no room for argument. I'm strong. Humans are weak. You are my mate. End of story. I stare at him, unable to comprehend what I just heard out of his mouth. I'm sorry. What? You think I'm weak? I arch an eyebrow, annoyed at this. Didn't you and Yuri just praise my strength a minute ago? I can't believe him. He just sung my praises about how strong and capable I am. How could he compare me to someone as weak and weaselly as Neil? I do not mean all humans, Gorion explains slowly, as though he's being patient with a skittish animal. You obviously have impressed me. Same as Uri. The two of you will be given places of great importance in my new regime. I'm taken aback by his statement. His what? What the actual fuck? Regime? Aren't you getting a little ahead of yourself? You've just woken up, for the God's sake. I am fine, he insists, shaking his head. I know exactly what must be done. I will create a new regime and take revenge on the Purna, who cursed my people. Now, this is amusing to me. Where have I heard this story before? I bust out laughing, and even Uri nervously chuckles along with me. What is up with the gargoyles and their quest for revenge? It never seems to go quite according to their plans either. They really should just drop it. Oh, the story again, I say, unable to stop the tears that form from my laughter. Boy, if I had a jeton for every time I've heard this, well, I'd only have 2 jeton, but it's weird that I've heard this twice now. What? What are you on about? Gorion looks at me, confusion in his bi-colored eyes. Explain yourself. Is she mentally unwell, Uri? He asks. Yuri shakes her head as I speak. I've already met one gargoyle before. He had the same song and dance, I will have my revenge on the Perna, blah, blah, blah. You sound just like him, I explain. He got over his Toro with them. You should too. Get on with your life, you know? Find something else to take up. A hobby? A job, maybe? I recommend forgetting the whole revenge thing, personally, I say, rambling a little. It's unhealthy, really. Excuse me. Gorion narrows his eyes. I will not get over my desire for revenge. You have no idea what the war with the Perna was like, little human. I narrow my own eyes and cross my arms. Don't talk down to me, I growl at him. I'm not stupid, and I'm not a child. I know that there's plenty of bad blood between you and the Perna. I remember Levius's stories vividly. I know exactly what went down. I'm just saying that there's more to life than going after every being who wronged you. It's something I personally experienced firsthand. Just how badly the need for revenge can destroy you. You are young, and you have not lived nearly the life I have, Gorion argues. You think in small-minded terms. My regime will be glorious, far-reaching. We will wipe out the Perna where they stand. Gargoyles will rule the skies once more. What about Uri? I protest. She's got powers. Are you going to kill her? He looks affronted at the suggestion. No, I would never. The Perna aren't out in the open anymore, I say. What will you do about finding them? What if they weren't even born during that time? What if they had nothing to do with your war? I demand. Are you going to kill all of them, even if they weren't involved? Some are just out there living their lives peacefully. They did nothing to you. I'm getting hysterical now. Your impertinence is astounding, Gorion replies, snarling at me. You know nothing of my ways. His deep voice is so loud, it shakes the room, sending several of his sycophants tumbling to the ground. And your ignorance is astounding, I shout back. You think you can just wake up and order people around? Start some kind of powerful regime and go on a killing spree? That's not how this works. I decide how things work. Me. Gorion stands to his full height. He towers over me easily. If he thinks he can use that to his advantage, though, he's sorely mistaken. I am in charge, am I not? You there? Tell me that I am in charge, he yells, pointing to a follower. You're in charge, master, the sycophant shouts back. You see? Gorion turns to me, triumph written on his face. I am the master of this place. If I want revenge, I shall have my revenge. Fine. I uncross my arms slowly. You can have revenge. Obviously, you're a big, bad bully, aren't you? I can't stop you. I am glad you see it my way, he says, though he sounds suspicious of my sudden change of heart. I would like to point something out, though, I say, tilting my head. I never said I didn't want to be your mate. In fact, I never gave you an answer at all. So you will give yourself to me then? Never said that either. What I am saying is that I could never be mated to someone who has nothing but revenge in their heart. How dare you? Gorion screams, facing me. You will not reject me. I can, and I will, I say. I can be just as stubborn as he can. Yuri looks back and forth between us, trembling with her arms around her. Sarah, please, think this through, she pleads with me. Don't upset him, he's extremely powerful. You should listen to your companion, Gorion says, through gritted teeth. I wouldn't recommend defying me. I am my own person, I jut my chin out, and I refuse to be bullied by an orc-minded simpleton. Gorin's anger can be felt through the entire temple. It shakes again, even harder. This time, even I have to hold on, lest I fall over. Simpleton? I am more intelligent than an entire village of your kind. You would not even be alive if I did not decide to spare you. What are you saying? I ask, though I have a feeling I know what he means. Do you think yourself clever enough to have survived my final trap on your own? Or do you know that deep down, there is no way you are as clever and cunning as I? You have to know that I am the one who saved you, who drained the lake and killed my fish monster, so that you might live. Why would you save me if all you want to do is enslave me? I shout. I could never be mated to someone like you. You will have no choice. There's always a choice, I reply. Always. Our fighting is causing all his sycophants to stop their work and turn to look at us. He glowers at them, ordering them to get back to work. They scramble about, rushing to obey. I'm not one of your minions, I yell. I'm not about to obey you blindly. I'm not afraid of you, I shout. That's not exactly the truth. I am terrified of him, but my anger is overpowering me right now. I can't be scared when I'm ready to rip his head off his shoulders for being such a stubborn asshole. You will not reject me, he yells back. I am rejecting you. He screams and storms off, leaving the two of us alone in the inner chamber. I watch him, not giving him the satisfaction of knowing how much he's hurt me. He claims to find me strong and capable, worthy of being his mate. Yet he seems determined to treat me like his sycophantic followers, expecting me to bow and scrape to his whims. Letting out a mighty scream, I flop down onto the dais, lowering my head into my hands. Yuri reaches out and touches my shoulder gently, and I don't push her away, but neither do I respond. Are you sure about this? She asks, sitting with me. About what? I ask, not looking up. Well, any of it, I guess. Are you really willing to give yourself to Gorion? You don't have to do that on my behalf, you know. I was just kidding about you being his perfect mate. He's a gargoyle. They desire revenge on the Perna. Levius thinks I'm a Perna. Who's to know if one day Gorion might decide that I'm a threat to his regime? She uses quotation marks around the word. You're not wrong, I agree. But no, I'm not sure about anything. I was just trying to get him to realize how stupid the whole revenge thing is, I say, smoothing my hands over my pants. Being in the gang meant that we were always looking to get back at people who wronged us, or who we believe wronged us in some way. It meant that our lives were full of bloodshed, fighting and killing. Even if I wasn't contemplating mating with Gorion, not that I am, I add hastily. But even if that wasn't on the table, I would still want to stop him from starting a whole war, I finish. I'm glad you aren't thinking about that, Yuri agrees. There's no point in being with someone like that. don't know if she's right or wrong. All I know is that something inside of me keeps drawing me to him. I want to know why I'm so drawn to him. I want to know why there's a fire in my belly whenever he's near. But it looks like it's pointless because he's gone. I could go after him, but I don't want to. I want to stay here and stew in my anger. I want him to be the one to apologize. We watch Gorion's newly appointed minions continue to clean and care for the temple, some of them venturing out to clean other areas. I think they were hoping to see him flatten me, and when it didn't happen, they were disappointed. Good. They deserve his wrath. They were the ones who tried to kill us, after all. I'm glad that Tim Stanley is dead, though I wish Neil was right there with him. I hate that they just get a pass because they're willing to prostrate themselves before Gorion, like he's some kind of god. Give me a break. He's no god. He's not even a man. He's nothing but a little boy with his temper. I notice that Neil is gone now, thankfully. He's probably in some other part of the temple, or maybe he's gone to console his master. Good riddance to bad rubbish. Stupid Neil. Stupid mob for throwing themselves at such a whiny brat like Gorion. Stupid Gorion for being intriguing and interesting and kinda handsome. And what was I thinking earlier? That being with Gorion wouldn't be so bad? Huh. It would be an absolute nightmare, of course. He's stubborn, foolish, quick to anger, frustrating, has an ego the size of a small mountain. Not to mention that he could absolutely crush me if he got angry enough. Nope. Better to let him have his temper tantrum before telling him that there's no way I would ever be his mate now, no matter how disappointing that feels.
Chapter 9. Gorion. How dare she reject my offer? My entire body is rigid with anger as I storm out of the temple, ignoring everyone and everything in my way. I run roughshod over my home, mowing straight over one of my followers who was unfortunate enough to get too close. He screams as he is squashed to death underfoot. Once I am outside, I unfurl my massive wings and beat them furiously as I take off into the skies, screaming my rage to the heavens. Outside is dark, full of angry-looking clouds, and the sky itself is a dull slate gray. Clearly there is a storm brewing. Good, I think to myself. This matches my angry mood. I scream again and again, hurling insults at human foolishness and at Sarah herself. So much anger boils inside me that I don't even care when a lightning bolt comes down and strikes me. My skin barely crackles, and it does nothing to me as I fly through the storm. I scream again, my rage matching the sound of the thunder. My wings beat furiously against the wind and rain, and I want to destroy something, to smash something to pieces. I cannot stop the storm that is brewing inside me. No one has ever rejected me before. I have always gotten everything I set my mind on without question, simply because of the power I wield. What an ungrateful bitch! I spared that pathetic creature's life. I offered her the highest prestige of being mated to me. I offered her a spot beside me in my new regime. All that, and she dares to defy me? She's just like those Purna. All women are far too willful. She needs to be bent to my will, to be taken down a few notches. She needs to learn her place. With another mighty roar, I land on the roof of my temple, freely smashing into the roof with a heavy fist. It is satisfying for a moment to see the stone crumble under me, until I realize I have destroyed my own dwelling. I stare, a kind of ache bubbling up inside. No, I didn't mean to destroy my temple. I'm being careless and overwrought. I need to calm myself before I destroy anything else. My heart jackhammers in my chest as I crouch there, sitting on the roof while the rain beats down on my skin. I'm still so bitter that Sarah had the nerve to turn someone like me down. Me? I am as powerful as any of the gods. I am handsome and can give her whatever she wants. I could make her accept me. I could force myself on her. It would be easy with our size difference to take her and make her see the error of her ways under my thumb. She would have to do whatever I wanted. She would come to learn to enjoy herself with me, I am certain of this. But forcing her would be just as ruinous to her as smashing my temple was. Taking her will away is taking away the very thing that intrigued me about her in the first place. I press a finger against the broken piece of roof and watch it crumble further. Broken things can never become whole again, I realize. If I forced myself on Sarah, I might break her irrevocably. Just as I destroyed that part of my temple in a fit of rage, I would destroy Sarah by keeping her my prisoner. The thought stays me, keeping me frozen in place. The shock ripples through me as I realize that I want Sarah to want to be with me, of her own volition. Having her as a prisoner would not satisfy me as much as having her desire me will. I liken it to conquering the unconquerable in my mind. There is nothing quite as satisfying as having a village of people submit themselves to me, to prostrate themselves at my feet. It is far more satisfying than killing unwilling masses. Sarah is unlike anyone I have ever met before. I want to own her, mind, body, and spirit. Forcing her to bend to my will cannot provide that. It is clear to me that I have been far too short-sighted with her. She is clever and resourceful. She would see straight through any attempts to force her submission. No, that will not do. I must find a different way of approaching her. She is too smart for half-hearted or poorly thought-out attempts to win her over. I need to be more clever and much more subtle than I have ever been before if I want to win her heart. Hold on one moment. Win her heart? With a lurch, I realize I do not just want Sarah to belong to me. I want her to love me as well. I'm paralyzed by the revelation. Sarah is not just some human that intrigues me. She is not just someone I want to mate with. I desire her. I must have her love and affection. She brings out a protective, softer side of me that I have never seen before. I want to keep her safe, to make her happy, to make her smile. It is not just her mind that has me enraptured, but the very essence of her, the playful, joyful spirit inside of her. With that thought, I fly off the side of the temple and head for the skies once more. I need to clear my head. I need to calm down and think of a plan. I fly around for what feels like hours, stretching my wings and taking in the changes to the world during my stone sleep. Everything feels the same, and yet so different at the same time. There was a small gathering of trees just outside my temple before. It seems to have formed a full forest now, with trees that tower over the surrounding landscapes. The thought brings me pride. I continue flying onward, heading east, noting more changes. A village that existed in the before times is gone now, overrun with nature. The buildings are not even there anymore, only the faintest traces of the fact that they once existed in the pattern of growth. A thought occurs to me. Perhaps I can kill two birds with one stone, I muse out loud. Speaking of, I spy a bird circling the air ahead just then. I head straight for it, colliding with it so it falls down to the ground. That is for your brethren crapping on me, I say with a scowl. I will never forgive them for desecrating my sacred temple. My mind goes back to my prior thoughts, reminding myself I am on a mission. Based on what I overheard, Uri is looking for a coven of Perna to help her. She has weak, untrained fire magic, from what I have seen, and she wants to find help training and understanding it. If I pretend to help them, I can build goodwill with Sarah at the same time. I will have to lie to them, to say that I have decided against my plan for revenge. Will they buy that? Will they accept that I went away for a bit and returned, full of goodwill for the very people I consider my enemy? I have to be careful and clever about it. The best way to ensure that they believe me is sticking with a simple explanation. I can use Sarah's own words, that my desire to mate with her is stronger than my desire for revenge. Even though I feel unease at the idea of lying to my mate, I cannot so easily forgive those Perna for what they did. They trapped my people for centuries under a curse. They fought and destroyed so many of us. Sarah cannot possibly understand my hatred for them. She will understand once I have time to show her exactly why they need to be destroyed. This plan gives me time to convince her. I do like the idea of her standing with me on my quest for revenge, of standing by my side, shoulder to shoulder as I take them down. I continue to fly east, another thought coming to the surface. I know that things have changed quite a bit since I was trapped in slumber, but I believe that if I am not mistaken, my old rival, Vesis, may still be in the area. Not only will I be able to get my revenge on the Perna, I can take my revenge on Vesis as well. If he still owns the Farslayer flute, it will be a simple matter of trading the flute for his life, and then I will have everything I need for my plan to succeed. With a plan in mind, I circle back to the temple, perching on a different, more intact part of the roof. I tuck my wings close, letting myself relax. It simply will not do to return in there with any anger inside. All it will do is push Sarah away, right when I need her the most. Revenge is the most important right now. Winning Sarah's heart is secondary to enacting revenge on my enemies. A bonus, as it were. I stroke my fingers over my wings, drawing out my natural oils so I can groom them a little. I want to look good for Sarah, so that she will have no choice but to fall deeply in love with me. She did a wonderful job cleaning me up, but I have not been out in public for a long time, and I need to ensure I look my best. The rain continues to pour while thunder and lightning crash across the sky. A bolt of lightning illuminates the area and something catches my eye. I spot a tower in the far distance. Is that ... It cannot be. Vesis still resides in the same tower after all these years? What luck. It would be an easy flight for me to head there right now, but I think that I need the time with Sarah to convince her that I am a worthy mate. We will have to journey there the human way, on foot. It will also give me time to build an army, to march against Vesis, and take back the Farslayer flute. I know I need to head back inside soon, but a part of me is nervous. It feels foolish to be nervous. I've never once been anxious in my entire life. Why is it that Sarah brings out these feelings inside of me? She is cunning, intelligent, and beautiful to look at. But there is something special about her that has me thinking and feeling in so many unfamiliar ways. And it could be that she is the first person to challenge me in all my centuries of life. I have not been properly challenged by anyone before. Most of the time, those I oppose I crush, or I intimidate. Sarah, I have found, is not so easily intimidated. I cannot bowl her over like I do with my enemies. I cannot force her into compliance like those simpering humans who vowed to serve me. Instead, she is the one human capable of bringing me to my knees. Perhaps it is curiosity, or the idea of being challenged. Who knows? It is time to go back inside. I decide to find some flowers to bring to Sarah. Humans like kind gestures, right? If I bring her flowers, perhaps she will believe the sincerity of my words. I pluck a bouquet of flowers that grow wild around my temple, clutching them in my fist. Heart hammering in my chest, I head back inside, hoping that I look as though I have been properly cowed. Sarah might not forgive me so easily, but I am determined to do whatever it takes to win the heart of the most cunning, brave, and magnificent human I have ever seen in my life.
Chapter 10. Sarah. Hey, can we talk for a minute? Yuri keeps glancing over her shoulder at Gorion's minions. I notice a few of them looking our way, but they keep their gazes brief. Sure. Away from them. She cocks her head to the side, motioning towards the minions behind us. I don't want any of them to overhear what I'm about to say. It might look a little weird if we hide ourselves while talking. Does it matter? Yuri grabs my arm, dragging me away from wandering eyes and eager ears. She huffs out an annoyed breath once we're out of an earshot from the rest of them. We should run away, right now. Now? Yes, this is our perfect opportunity. Gorion isn't here to stop us, and we'll get a good head start before he tries coming after us. I don't like that idea at all. Not only because of the consequences that would bring if we're viewed as disloyal in Gorion's eyes, but for a more selfish reason. To be honest, I'm curious about him, and I want to learn more. Maybe it's the thrill of finally getting some attention, or the excitement that courses through my body at the thought of being someone's mate. I don't know exactly, but there's a heavy longing in my chest for Gorion. I can't leave him so soon. Of course, I can't let Uri know about any of this. She'll think I'm insane, and I wouldn't be able to blame her for feeling that way. Crossing my arms over my chest, I shake my head. Yuri furrows her eyebrows together. Why not? Yuri demands. I don't want to stay here anymore. Nothing good will come to us if we stick by his side. And do you think he'll spare us if he finds out that we ran away? He's not going to catch us if we leave now. Don't you get it? No, Uri, this is a horrible idea. Gorion has a mob of followers who will do anything he asks them to do. They'll kill us easily if he orders it, which is exactly what he's going to do if we run away. I'm not taking that chance. Did you forget I have powers? Yuri grits her teeth. I can defend us against him and his followers. I'll burn them all in an instant if they try hurting us. You have powers that you don't know how to control just yet. Yuri, think about it. Don't let your emotions dictate your decision-making right now, and give yourself time to breathe. I've thought about this for a while. She frowns. Why are you so against this? Do you like being controlled by this gargoyle? No. Then why are you so adamant about staying? We have an amazing opportunity to take advantage of, but time is running out to act. I already told you why I'm against this idea, Uri. He's going to send that mob after us. Taking her by the shoulders, I force her to look at me. In protest, she tries pulling away, but my grip is tight on her arms. Listen to me. We're stuck here for a while, so we have to accept our next best option. Which is what, exactly? My voice drops to a whisper. Taking advantage of Gorion. Uri's eyes widen. She swallows hard. I can see a small spark in her eyes. She's thinking, mulling about the words I just said. Then she wets her lips and returns my gaze. How do you expect to do that? Yuri breathes out. You don't want to run away from him, but you want to risk playing with his emotions. Am I hearing this correctly? Don't think of it like that. Plus, I don't plan on playing with his emotions at all. It's strange why Yuri even mentioned that in the first place. Does she sense the chemistry between him and I? Or is that something I imagined? He knows where the Purna are, so he can lead us to them. Once he does, you'll be able to join their coven and develop your powers. It's a good idea, don't you think? Narrowing her eyes, Yuri pulls away from me. Doesn't he want revenge against the Purna? He's going to wipe their population out if we find them. I don't want that happening either. It's not going to. I'll try to convince him to drop this silly plan of revenge he has for the Purna. She scoffs. What makes you think he'll listen to you? He doesn't listen to anyone. Gargoyles don't care about us humans. They just want things like sex and domination. Thoughts of Levias come to my mind, but Gorion seems different than that. I'm sure Levias would have slaughtered this crowd of humans already if he were in the same position. Gorion owns a more rational mind, which spurs my intrigue about him. That may be true, I say, but I'm willing to risk it. We have to find these Perna. He's going to kill them all if he figures out where they are. I'm warning you. Urai points a finger in my face. And when he does, I don't think I'm going to forgive you for going against what I said. That's not going to happen. He'll lead us in the right direction. Trust me, this is a good idea. I'm starting to think that you're just letting your desire for him blind your senses. I blink, shocked by what I'm hearing. Uri, why would you say that? Because it's the truth, she retorts. Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you really think I can't see why you're so intent on staying by his side? Yuri, you want to be with him. You want to have sex with that gargoyle. Yuri spits those words out with a lot of venom. She curls her upper lip in disgust. I don't understand you. Chase made the same mistake. Now, you're falling for those same tricks. What are you talking about? I'm not falling for anything. Everything I do, I'm doing it because I want to. Nobody is forcing me to act this way. I don't believe you, she whispers, backing away from me. You're driven by your lust for him. It's all making sense now. No wonder you don't want to run away with me. I should have... She runs a hand over her mouth, then through her hair. I should have just left without you. No, I wouldn't have let you leave. You would have told the gargoyle about where I ran off to, anyway. Yuri scowls as I try to approach her. Stay away from me. You're just like Chase. Chase acted in accordance with her feelings. She fell in love with Levias. Who are we to judge her? You're only saying that because you're in the same unfortunate set of circumstances. In love with a gargoyle, you can't be fucking serious. Yuri huffs out a dry laugh, resting her hands on her hips. Do you realize he's out to get people like me? Do you understand what he's going to do once he realizes who I am? I will never let Gorion touch a hair on your head. I can't trust that. Yuri shakes her head. Love makes people act like idiots. Who said anything about love? I don't love him. There's no chance anything will happen between him and I. I'm sure, she says sarcastically. You're definitely not going to let your desire win. You're going to break the mold. Uri, you're being mean. I'm saying things how they are, Sarah. You're going to side with Gorion. All he has to do is whisper a few sweet words into your ear, and you'll be a puddle at his feet. I've seen this happen before. You can't fool me. No, you're wrong. I'm not someone who can be easily manipulated. I know how to hold my own, and I plan to do the same with Gorion. Please. I reach out for Uri's hand. Believe me, you have every right to feel wary about him. I get it, but... Wary? Yuri barks out a laugh. I don't like him. He doesn't like my people, and they're the only ones who can help me understand my powers. If he kills them all off, I'll be left with nothing. I don't want to risk that happening. I don't want him to help if he's capable of committing atrocities, like Levias. I can tell that Uri holds a lot of disdain in her heart for Levias, but Gorion seems different. He might be willing to help us. It's a chance I'm willing to take, if it means getting Uri the help she needs to control her powers. How do I deal with her growing contempt, though? I'm caught in the middle of both sides. I can't see an effective way of digging myself out of this hole. Get off of me, Uri whispers, shaking away my hand over hers. I'd feel more sympathy for you if you could admit that you're in love with him. It's annoying that you're trying to deny it when the evidence is right in front of me. What evidence? I don't have anything to admit to since I've done nothing wrong. I'm not in love with him, and I'm not going to put him above you. He's not my priority. You are. Keep telling yourself that lie. Maybe you'll believe it one day. You're a real piece of work, Uri, I reply, dangerously calm. She's starting to get on my nerves. I'm trying to help you. I don't deserve this treatment. Maybe I don't want your help anymore. I can find the Perna on my own. I don't want your gargoyle boyfriend rampaging through the coven like Levias did on the human settlement. We don't need a repeat of what happened, and I certainly don't want to see you fawning over him while he rips innocent people to pieces. Why would you think I'd do that? That's not who I am. Be realistic here, Sarah. Once you fall in love with him, it's all over. You're going to accept his horrible decisions to stay in his good graces. Your morals are going to get compromised, and you're going to support him blindly, even though he's doing the wrong thing. I don't want to be around to see this happening again. It's going to hurt too much. Stop it, I warn. Stop saying that to me. You have no idea what I'm going to do in the face of adversity. I know my heart. I would never stand by his side if he wanted to kill a whole settlement. You're such a liar. You don't mean what you say. And you're an annoying little shit, I blurt out. A flash of hurt spreads across Uri's face. No wonder your parents left you at an orphanage. Uri gawks at me. Just like that, the gravity of the situation hits me dead on. I never meant to say that to her, but my anger clouded my judgment and took over my mouth. Her eyes swell up with tears, and her bottom lip quivers. Uri, I didn't mean... See what I mean? Uri sniffles, wiping her eyes. You're already pushing me away so that you can side with him. I didn't think you were capable of being as cruel as your brothers, but I was wrong. I underestimated you. Please, don't say that. The ground trembles underneath our feet. I nearly fall over, but I catch myself before my knees buckle. Uri topples forward, and I hold out my arms, embracing her tightly. Almost immediately, she pulls away. Sarah, that's Gorion. I peek around the tree we're hiding behind. Gorion is scouting the area, ignoring the cowering minions that stare at him with wide eyes. Sarah, where are you? Go to him, Uri whispers, turning away. You wouldn't want to make him angry, isn't that right? My nostrils flare, but I stay silent. Chapter 11. Sarah. Forgive me, Gorion says as he approaches me. He runs his fingers along my chin. I did not mean to make you wait for too long. I am sorry. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Uri grimacing. I feel bad, but at the same time, I can't spurn his affections. That would ruin everything. And if we want to find the Perna, We need Gorion on our good side. That's all right. Where did you go? I needed to clear my thoughts. I was not feeling good, so I wanted time alone. I feel better now. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I smile, always keeping an eye on Yuri. I don't want her to run away. I thought I made you angry. You did. But like I said, I am much more content. Do not worry about the past. We cannot change what happened. Gorion pets my cheek. Something about him seems different. He's treating me softly, as if I'm the most fragile creature in existence. I hope you can understand where I am coming from. I was trapped in stone for a very long time. Everything feels new to me. I nod, leaning into his touch. Yuri rolls her eyes. You helped me break the curse that kept me frozen for so long. For that, I owe you a boon. My eyes widen. This is it. This is the opportunity we've been waiting for. A boon? I ask gently, tilting my head. I don't want to seem too desperate about getting this chance. In that case, I would like to ask for your help. Yuri and I would greatly appreciate it. She gasps quietly. Then she makes a motion with her hand, begging me to stop. I meet her gaze and smile while she mouths her pleas. Gorion doesn't turn her way, thankfully. We need to find some Perna, I say. Yuri smacks a hand on her forehead. Yuri needs to learn how to take control of her powers, but to do so, she needs to be around Perna, who know what they're doing. In that way, she can be properly trained. You can help us with that, won't you? Sensing unrest behind him, Gorion turns around slowly and looks down upon Yuri. She's gnawing at her fingernails. When she notices Gorion's eyes on her, she waves slightly and continues biting at her fingers. Her cheeks turn red. I suppose I can help you find what you are looking for, but I must warn you that it will not be easy. Most Perna are in hiding. Gorion's finger runs along my cheek and across my chin. My eyelashes flutter as I gaze up at him. I can get used to this sweet treatment. This might be dangerous, but it is worth a try. What is? My plan to find the Perna for your friend. We're not afraid, I reassure him, raising my chin a little higher. We can handle whatever comes our way. Isn't that right, Yuri? She makes a small, strangled noise. She starts cracking her knuckles nervously, keeping her hand over half of her face to obscure the redness in her cheeks. We need a special instrument, Gorion says. It is called the Finder's Flute. It is one of the most powerful items on Protheka because it is able to find anyone that you want, even someone who has been hidden for many years. It does not matter where they are. In a mountain, underneath the ocean, in a cave. The Finder's Flute will find them. I look at Yuri. She's intrigued by Gorion's description, too. That's exactly what we need. But how do we find it? That is where things become more dangerous, Sarah. It is in the possession of a powerful Naga sorcerer who lives in a tower of glass. Gorion sighs, shaking his head. I do not want to put you or your friend in peril. It is the very last thing I want. What's with this newfound concern? Uri asks quietly, unable to match Gorion's eyes. She keeps her gaze fixed to the ground, even as I'm gawking at her. It's strange. What do you find strange about it? I do not think it is strange. Sure it is. You're concerned about us. You're eager to help us out, Even though the Perna are your mortal enemies, I'm a Perna, yet you're still willing to help me. Don't you see why that's a little suspicious? Yuri, I say, laughing to ease the tension. Forgive her. She's a distrustful one. Life taught her to be that way. Do not worry, young Yuri. I understand why you feel the way that you do. Is he doing this for me? Am I the reason why he's so willing to put his differences aside with the Perna and help Uri reach her true potential? The thought warms my heart. I'm trying not to get carried away by the possibilities between Gorion and I, but it's difficult not to. He's valiant and strong. I want to stand by his side. Maybe Uri has a point. I'm getting blinded by my attraction towards him. But is that so bad? He's willing to help us. He's the one who is going to bring us to the Perna with this finder's flute that he's talking about. It sounds dangerous, but that only adds to the thrill. I'm all for it. But Uri looks hesitant and withdrawn. She's not bouncing on her feet at the possibility of uniting with people like her, and it's probably because Gorion is involved. She'll warm up to him soon, I'm sure of it. He's not like Levias, and he's proving that to us through his actions, not just his words. Even though it will be a perilous journey to retrieve the finder's flute, I am willing to go through with this plan for your sake. Gorion eyes me with a lot of devotion in his gaze. It sends a chill up my spine. Will you be joining me? I want to, I say. I admire your strategy and perseverance. I'm sure this plan will work. What do you say, Uri? Are you in? Uri scoffs. Why would I come along? We're trying to find the Perna for you, so it's only right that you come with us to find this flute. Please, don't act like this right now. Act like what? I'm sorry for being a bit hesitant about taking this on. I kind of value my life and well-being. That is why I will not let any harm come to you or Sarah, Gorion promises. As long as I'm around, nothing will hurt you. That is a promise that I will never break. You see? I grin, hoping to coax her into accepting. It's what we've been waiting for, after all. Uri fidgets underneath our stairs. Just come with us. You might be able to practice your magic along the way. I'm not sure I want to do that, Uri whispers. When we find the Perna, you're not going to hurt them, right? Gorion turns away just as she says that, so I don't think he heard her. Coupled with the fact that Uri's voice is barely above the sound of the wind blowing, it's difficult to make out what she's saying. However, Gorion sighs. I do not like your people, that is true. However, I see that this is very important to you and Sarah, so I am willing to make an exception. This is not in my nature. I hope you know that. In that case, Yuri huffs out a breath after closing her eyes. Fine, I'll go. It's not like I have much of a choice anyway. Sure you do. You can always stay if you're not feeling up to it. No, I can't, Yuri replies. I am glad to hear that you are willing to join us on our voyage to find the Perna. We must celebrate. Gorion claps his hands, which alerts the minions to stand to full attention. We will celebrate with a grand feast. We will dine on the finest foods before our journey to the finder's flute. But one of the minions approaches Gorion with his hat in his hands. Once in front of him, He drops to his knees and bows his head. Woo! We do not have enough food to prepare for a feast of that size. It will take us a fortnight to gather the amount of food that you're looking for. We do not have that time on our hands, Gorion grumbles. He looms over the minion, who trembles violently as Gorion approaches. Stand up. I do not have the patience for a weak servant who cowers in the face of trouble. Stand, I said. He scrambles to his feet and wipes his forehead with the back of his hand. Glistening droplets trickle down the side of his face, and I'm unsure whether they are tears or sweat at this point. Gorion slams his foot into the ground, sending a vibration that attracts the attention of everyone in the nearby vicinity. His servants drop what they are doing and surround us, anxiously awaiting orders from the Gargoyle, who they have taken on as their leader. Seeing them like this brings a spark of pride in my chest. I stand taller. Whenever I'm around Gorion, I feel stronger. He lights a fire in me that I have never known before. Meanwhile, Yuri scratches the back of her neck and tries to hide from the crowd. She doesn't like the attention. For me, it's a bit strange to see the people who were willing to burn us at stake fall under Gorion's control. His words ring in my mind. Whenever we are around him, we will not be harmed. I want to believe him. Our lives are counting on it. Not far from the temple ruins, I noticed an orc caravan that is traveling westward at a gradual pace. We can easily overwhelm them, sack their belongings, and take the loot for our own. Not only that, but the orcs often carry a splendid amount of food with them while they move from place to place. We will take this from them and enjoy it as our spoils. The crowd erupts into a frenzy of shouts and applause. Quickly, Gorion's servants arm themselves with makeshift weapons and clunky armor. I will personally lead the assault on the orc caravan. Soon enough, we will enjoy the splendors that we will rip from their pathetic hands. They will not know about our attack, which will make slaughtering them all the more enjoyable. Again, a wave of excitement spreads throughout the crowd. They're jumping at the chance of attacking the orcs. Humans, by themselves, would never go about this. We're too weak to go against the orcs, but Gorion reinvigorates them and assures them that everything will be all right, as long as he is there with them. Uri pinches my side. I don't want to go. What do you mean? You're going to miss out if you hang back. Well, I'm willing to take that chance. I'm going. I turn towards her, placing a hand on her shoulder to try and calm her down. I can feel the stress emanating off of her in waves. She shakes her head. What do you mean? You can't go. That's too dangerous. You're not a warrior. None of us are, I reply. But I want to support Gorion. We need him on our side if we want to find the Perna. I already talked to you about this. We have a great opportunity to take advantage of. We can't let it slip through our fingers. But, Yuri winces, I'm not experienced. I doubt anyone here is ready for an orc assault. Gorion is a bit in over his head if he thinks he's going to lead a successful raid with this group. So help us. I smile. If things go wrong, jump in and help. You can't be serious. I'm absolutely serious. Come with us. Yuri pinches the bridge of her nose. Her sigh is long and dramatic. Fine. She caves in yet again. I'm pretty good at this. But you owe me one. Big time.
Chapter 12. Gorion. Walk faster. I command order and excellence from my troops, so when I see them falling over themselves after only 2 hours of marching, I am displeased. What is the meaning of this? I've never seen such incompetence before, and it is bewildering me. I am being merciful by allowing you all to walk this slowly. If I were a cruel leader, I would demand you to charge towards the orc caravan with all your might. Please, one of them splutters, falling to his knees with a trail of spit cascading out of his mouth. We need to rest. We can't go on like this. Why not? I demand. If I were alone, I would have already arrived at the orc caravan. In my mind, I imagine myself carving them up like the ones that were ignorant enough to wander into my temple ruins. With my sword, I plan on slashing them across their abdomens, driving my sword through their skulls, ripping out their hearts if need be. I have many years of rage pent up in my body. I need to release it somehow. This caravan is of great importance. We need to have this feast. I need to prove to Sarah that I am taking this courtship seriously, and that I want her as my mate. I will not allow anything to get in the way. Unfortunately, these measly servants are slowing me down. They whine and complain, begging for us to stop every few moments. Some of them can barely pick their feet off the ground and take another step. Another pathetic little wail from a human makes me see red. I'm going to abandon these useless creatures. I will leave them here to rot while I go ahead and attack the orcs by myself. It's not the wisest idea, but it's better than staying with these idiotic humans that have no stamina or strength in their bodies. That's when I am touched by a small hand. Sarah. She tugs at my finger, attracting my attention. Please stop the march. You're hurting them. They can't withstand this type of exertion. I do not understand. I thought they were suitable soldiers that I could use to my advantage, but this is a weak excuse for an army. They embarrass me in ways that I do not want to speak about. It hurts my pride. You have to give them a break. You're going to kill someone if you keep going like this. They haven't eaten. They've marched in the sun without water. They're not in the best shape to continue on. If we lose a few humans, I do not see it as something to fret over. What? Sarah asks incredulously. That will weaken our army and diminish morale. We can't have soldiers dying. It will be a good thing. We will be able to weed out the weak ones from the strong ones once their bodies start dropping. I see this as a great opportunity to strengthen my army. Why do you not feel the same way? Sarah shakes her head. No, that's cruel. I do not like the way she is looking at me. There's disappointment in her eyes as well as fear. I am the reason why she is feeling those emotions, and it does not please me at all. In fact, it makes me ashamed. She's not falling under my spell, so it seems. What good am I if I cannot please my mate? It is dishonorable. I must do better. So it looks like the humans need to have their little rest. Otherwise, they are going to start dying. What a pitiful species. Why do I keep them around in the first place if they're going to bring me such turmoil? Take a break. Once I utter that order, the servants fall to the ground in droves. Their chests rise and fall violently, gasping for air. Some of them pour water upon their glistening wet skin, cooling themselves off. Humans are curious. I've never seen a species so exhausted after a short march through the meadows. They're weaker than the rest of us. This is something to keep in mind for the future. I sigh. This will only lengthen our journey. The orc caravan will continue its journey while we sit here like grazing Tara. There is no use yelling at the humans. They are too busy catching their breath to even listen. Besides, it infuriates me just to look at them. I am reminded of their incompetence each time my eyes land upon them. For that reason, I distance myself from the group and sit in the meadows, a good distance away from the servants. I need to think about what to do. My plans are soiled now, so I must adapt accordingly. If we continue on, we might be able to strike the orcs during the night. This will give us an advantage, as we will be able to hide amongst the tall grasses while we prowl towards their caravan. The humans, at least, will obscure themselves well. I'm going to ambush them from above. In times of war, plans are adjusted tirelessly, depending on how the battle proceeds. This may be what I end up doing, but unexpected surprises always emerge during the heat of the moment. Gorion. Someone marches through the grass behind me. I can hear how their feet smashes against the weeds. Glancing over my shoulder, I realize that it is only Sarah. My back straightens. I try to look proper, but not brooding. What do human women prefer? I appreciate that you stopped the march when I asked you to. Thank you. Sarah takes the seat next to me with a huff, brushing out the wrinkles in her clothing. You can't do things like that. Humans weren't built for long marches without break. Something like that can kill us easily. Forgive me. I did not think humans were delicate creatures. She laughs, tucking her hair behind her ear. Then she adjusts her hat, careful not to drag her fingers along the razors that poke out from underneath the hem. I don't like to admit it, but we are. I don't think you want to kill off half of your army, so I'm telling you this as a warning. I can barely call this an army. It is pitiful. How do I strengthen the humans? Well, you have to train them slowly. You can't force them to walk an incredible long distance as their first exercise together and expect it to go well. There needs to be some foresight into this. You have to consider what everyone is used to and maximize their strengths. That sounds complicated. I do not have the time to keep track of such things. I want my soldiers to listen to my orders unceasingly, but they are clearly having trouble doing so. This troubles me. I am unsure what to do with them. Give it some time. They will sharpen up if you give them a chance. Sarah leans back on her hands, tilting her head as she looks at me. I find her stunning. May I ask a question? Go ahead. Why are you so determined to have this feast? What kind of question is that? It is silly. I'm genuinely curious, she presses. You're driven enough to make us march across a large distance to reach this caravan, which may or may not contain the loot that you are looking for. Not only that, but you're willing to see us drop dead in order to reach the caravan on time. First of all, I say, raising a finger, you are exaggerating. This is not a large distance at all. Like I said before, I saw this caravan and it is not too far from the temple ruins. You and I have a different perspective on what a long journey is. Yes, indeed. Humans do not know the virtue of hard work. Sarah rolls her eyes at me. Sure, you never answered my question. Why are you trying to sack this orc caravan so badly? I do not understand the confusion on your part. I am trying to impress you. Impress me, Sarah balks. Why? Why would something like this impress me in the first place? Why did you think that? You are asking me too many questions, I mumble. I believe that this was part of typical human courtship. I want you to be my mate, so I must prove that I am worthy of having you by my side. That is why I am adamant about leading this assault against the orcs. She remains silent for a moment. Then she hides her face under her hand and shakes her head. She starts laughing, but this only confuses me. There is nothing funny about this situation. I am entirely serious with my intentions of courting her. Does she not believe me? I don't even know where to start, Sarah says, rubbing her eyes. You don't know me that well. I'm surprised to hear that you think an attack on the orcs would impress me. Why do you say that? Because I don't see the point. You don't need to organize a huge feast to make me happy, you just... No, that is not what I'm referring to, I interject. I stare at her. Why do you say that I do not know you? She blinks. Well, it's the truth. You haven't known me for very long. You don't know what I'm like. You haven't seen every side of me. But I have seen enough to know your heart. I see the way you treat others. You are a compassionate human. You cry at the suffering of others. You care about others. You are doing everything you can to help your friend, Uri, find the Purna. It is possible that you do not want to admit it, and that is okay. but you must come to acknowledge that you have a soft heart underlying the hard walls that surround it. Sarah does not say anything, which is a good thing. I want to continue. I want to tell her how much I admire her. Respect and adoration fills my eyes whenever I look at her. When I am with her, things are better. You are cunning. You and your friend are the first ones to have entered my temple and come out of the experience with your lives. That is not a small feat. You are an incredible creature, Sarah. When you were in my maze, your ability to think on your feet astounded me. I have never seen anything like it. I do not think other creatures have that same ability, certainly not the orcs who came before you. She wipes her eyes, laughing quietly at my remark. I like watching her. My hand reaches out on instinct, caressing her skin. I yearn to be close to her. I want her. You are so unlike me, yet you are perfect. There is nothing about you that I would change. You are meant for me, and I will never forgive myself if I let you slip through my fingers. Gorion, Sarah breathes out. She rests her hand over mine. Her fingers trail circles into my skin, bringing a warmth to my chest. You do not have to say anything more to me, I reply. Bringing her closer, I gaze at her lips. She wets them before pressing them into a thin line. That will not do. I will not accept that. She gasps slightly as I tighten my grip on her chin. I lean in for a kiss, which is an action she reciprocates with great enthusiasm. Her movements quickly match mine, equal in passion and utmost desire. A fire starts in my heart, and it continues to grow. Sarah electrifies me, and I never want our time together to end. Nothing will come between us. I know this is true.
Chapter 13. Sarah. Deep in my heart, I know what I was doing when I followed Gorion to this isolated space in the middle of the meadow, obscured by the tall grass encapsulating us. I want him, and with the way he's pinning me down to the ground and trailing his hand across my body, I can tell that he wants me too. It's not right. Yuri won't be happy with this development, but it's a long time coming. The attraction between Gorion and I started when he saved us from the mob, and despite the odds, they continue to flourish within my heart. The things he can do with his hands are maddening. He kisses me passionately, but teases me with his fingers and his tongue. He controls the rhythm of our movements, guiding me to follow his lead. When he pulls away, I lean closer and chase his touch. He nips my bottom lip, sending sparks down my body to the spot between my legs. I wrap my arms around him, consumed by lust. I want him, and in a hazy fog of desire and recklessness, I start considering the possibility of having sex with him. Right here, where anyone could walk by and catch us in the act. No, what am I thinking? That's insane. I'm the one that pulls away, placing some distance between him and I. When he cups my chin and tries to come in for another kiss, I turn away quickly. I maneuver myself out from underneath him, frantically wiping at my mouth. What happened? Gorion pants out, pushing himself to a seated position. Are you all right, Sarah? I'm fine. Pulling my knees to my chest, I keep my hand over my mouth. Between my legs, I feel a familiar wetness that is thrilling during the heat of the moment, but not so much when you're coming down from that high. Shit. What am I doing? I'm running for my life, trying to find the Perna coven with Uri. I lost my brothers, and any semblance of family. Sure, they weren't good people, but they gave me some much-needed protection and a roof over my head. Things that I don't have the privilege of having anymore. And it's not that I don't trust Gorion. I do. He's the one who saved Uri and I from the mob when they were moments away from burning us at stake. I don't trust myself. When it comes to the fire of romance, I risk losing myself completely. I give it all to the person I'm infatuated with, and that's the last thing I should be doing during a time like this. I need to prioritize myself and Uri, not have sex with the first being that wants to show me intimacy. That's not right. I start thinking about Levias and Chase, wondering if she felt the same conflicted emotions as I am. She fell into the arms of a ruthless gargoyle who wanted to protect her, which is understandable now that I'm in the same situation. It feels wrong to use Gorion, though. He deserves better than that. He could easily protect Uri and I for the foreseeable future, but my conscience doesn't want to go that route. It weighs too much on my chest. We shouldn't do stuff like that anymore. What? Gorion wrinkles his nose. Why? Why are you saying this, Sarah? I can't face him directly. It's too difficult for me to look into his eyes and not want to fall straight into his embrace again. No, this isn't good. I need to leave. I can't do this, I whisper, scrambling to my feet. I'm sorry. Hurrying through the meadow, I keep my head low and my eyes fixed to my feet. Heat burns through my upper body and into my ears, probably because of the tension and embarrassment that are hitting me simultaneously. I'm not the right person for this. I never envisioned myself finding love, much less with a gargoyle. It couldn't have come at a worse time. It's difficult to describe the precise reason why I'm attracted to him in the first place. As I think about it more, I'm starting to realize that there's more than one reason. It doesn't solely involve the protection factor, which is a big one. With him around, no one is going to touch Uri and I. In a world like this, that's priceless. There's more to Gorion than that, though. He's the first being that recognizes my qualities for what they are and doesn't try to humiliate me for speaking my mind. He said it himself. He liked the fact that I figured out his maze traps. It brings me a strong wave of pride to have someone compliment my wits. Coupled with the fact that he wants me in the same way I want him, that makes him pretty hard to resist. I'm not a rat like Neil, who is only searching for a protector and is willing to do anything to accomplish that. I want someone who can compliment me and bring out my strengths, not highlight my weaknesses. Gorion ticks these boxes. Not only that, but he's incredibly intelligent and cunning on his own. Even while trapped in stone, he managed to manipulate the temple ruins around him and create a complicated labyrinth with sophisticated traps. He's powerful and intimidating. I pity the orcs that will soon come in our way. Most men get miffed when I open my mouth and start telling things as they are. They don't like to hear that. They like women that will stay by their side through thick and thin, turning a blind eye to their perilous behaviors. Not Gorion, though. He encourages me to be myself, something as rare as xanthanite. I rejoin the group, still keeping to myself for the most part. I have a lot to think about, and I need some time to recover. So, I ignore the small groups scattered sporadically throughout the clearing and head for a quiet spot. Then, my plans are soiled by a certain someone with his grating laugh and irritating voice. Neil calls out my name, beckoning me over with a crooked smile. He's spurred on by his two buddies, flanking his side. Sarah, where did you go? Why'd you follow the boss over there, huh? Neil snorts. He sits on a tree stump with his knees spread far apart. Whenever he laughs, he smacks his palm on his lap. Fellas, I think we all know why she scurried after him like a rodan after some food, right? What the fuck are you talking about, Neil? I reply, taking a few steps towards him and his group. What I do is none of your business. Stay out of it. What? I'm just making an observation. Neil holds his hands up in mock surrender, but the smile on his face indicates that he's not done yet. You're pretty bold. I hope you know that. It takes a lot of courage to do what you did. My eyes narrow. What is he talking about? Did you hit your head on something? He did trip and fall over some twigs over there a couple minutes ago. Neil smacks the head of his pal, quickly silencing him from revealing anything more about that unfortunate incident. I'm running out of patience with this guy. I don't like him. So why does he keep trying to speak to me? This can't be healthy. My head is fine, Neil hisses, sending his friend a dark look. I'm talking about your willingness to take things to the next level with the boss. That's audacious of you, Sarah. I'm not even willing to go that far to get in his good graces. What did you say? You heard me clearly. I don't think I should repeat myself because I'm going to spell things out for everyone who's still confused. And I don't think you want that. Neil smiles. Isn't that right? You're a rotten piece of shit, I spit out. How dare you imply things about me? You know nothing about me. You don't know what he and I spoke about, so you have no right to assume things that never happened. Never happened? Neil's eyebrows shoot upwards. You must think we're stupid, blind, or a mix of both. I'm sorry to tell you, but we all have eyes and ears. Not only that, but we know how to use them. Why else would you escape for a little rendezvous with the boss? You're a shady girl, Sarah. I didn't know you had it in you. My fists clench. I close my eyes, focusing on my breathing patterns. I don't want to retaliate against this man, but he's pushing me to my limit. Who is giving him the confidence to speak like this to me? I'm sure his buddies are encouraging him to act like a fool, but he's messing with someone that has no issues with fighting back. Trailing the hem of my hat, I watch as he and his friend buckle over in laughter. Humiliation burns through my cheeks. I hope you don't rub off some of your bad influence on your friend over there. Neil juts a thumb over his shoulder, pointing at Yuri. We can't have everyone sleeping with the boss to move ahead in life. That's unfair to the rest of us who want to keep our morals in check. Whipping off my hat, I charge at Neil. His friends scream and scurry off like the rodents they are, but I grab Neil by the collar and hold him still. He squirms in my grasp, eyes widening once he realizes that there are razors embedded into the hem of my bowler hat. Those same razors cut into his cheek. He howls out in pain, which is deafening in my ears, but I continue driving my blade across his skin until there's a fine line that runs from the side of his nose to his cheekbone. Dark blood oozes from the wound, trickling down his skin. Whimpering and crying under my grasp, I bring him close enough until we're nose to nose. If you ever talk to me or Yuri like that again, I will gouge your eyes out and feed them to the next beast we come across. Do you understand me? It was just a joke, Neil exclaims. I didn't actually mean what I said. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't try playing stupid now. Flinging him backwards, he falls off the tree stump and rolls away pathetically. His hand raises to touch his cheek. His eyes start to water once he sees how much blood smears across his palm. And I mean it. Don't test me, Neil. Scurrying off with the rest of his friends, I take his spot on the stump and rest my head in my hands. What a fucking mess. Why can't he mind his own business? Why does he try to stick his nose into mine? One of these days, I'm going to hurt him worse than a small cut to the face. I sigh. None of this would be happening if I could rein in my feelings for Gorion. I want him. I want to be with him. But that's not a possibility. Not right now, anyways. There's too much uncertainty, and a relationship between us would raise some alarm amongst his minions. They still think I'm a Perna. I'm not a well-regarded figure to them. They don't trust me. For Yuri's sake, I have to keep my head up. If that means leading Gorion on so that he can continue helping us, so be it. My heart hurts with this decision, but this is how things have to be. By keeping him close, I'll have my cake and eat it too. Helping Uri, all while maintaining the sexual tension between Gorion and I, without taking things too far. There's no need for anything beyond lust. This is a good plan. I know it is.
Chapter 14. Gorion. The target caravan is not so far off, but it is getting late, and the humans need much more rest than us gargoyles. They have been complaining for the last quarter hour about how tired they are. Master, I don't mean to complain, but the men are going to need rest, Neil says, bowing to me. The little sycophant is the most tedious of all, acting high and mighty because I granted him a boon by allowing him to pledge his servitude to me. Fine, I sigh. Let my servants know that we will find a place to rest soon. I acquiesce. Neil bows again and scurries away to let the others know. It is magnanimous of me to give them such a gift, I think to myself. They're lucky to have such a kind master. I want to push on as long as possible, however, so I march us another half hour before stopping. I cannot let them think me too easy-handed after all. We continue to trek through the wilds of Prosh, the men complaining about everything from the cold to the muddy trek. These servants of mine are weak and not worth much, but I have to admit that they are all I have against my enemies right now. So I find a place for us to stop for the evening, a few miles outside of my temple. We set up on a grassy knoll high above the path, a few miles from the orcs, far enough away to not attract attention, but close enough to keep an eye out for them. They are also camped out for the evening, a boon for my weak army. As we make camp, my mind drifts back to earlier. Despite how happy I was with her kisses, I have nothing but anger towards Sarah now. Not after the way that she rejected me, once again. What is it with human women? They are so finicky. It makes me more determined than ever to win her over. I had tried to get Uri alone earlier to speak to her, but she seems reluctant to be in my presence. It is not surprising given my hatred of the Purna. My unease must show around her, and I cannot get close enough to her to get her alone. I must continue to persevere. If I could only get Yuri alone, I could find out what the key to Sarah's heart might be. I need to pump her for information on Sarah, what she likes, what her favorite things are, what she enjoys doing, anything that will help me in my quest to win the heart of the perfect woman. Watching my followers stumble around, trying to fashion temporary dwellings out of rough logs and leaves is making me chuckle. I have no such compulsion to create something so crude, not when I have my powers back at my disposal. Facing away from my followers, I hold out my arms, letting the magic flow through my veins. I summon the rocks to awaken, to move and flow through the air. As I command the rocks to rise for me, I watch as they fashion themselves into a stone dwelling, large enough for privacy. Some of my men stop what they are doing and watch as well, fascinated by the power I wield. Ignoring them, I keep all my attention on shaping my dwelling. It must have a bed, so I ensure that the stone that rises is covered in a thick layer of soft moss, and watch as it shapes itself into a space big enough for two. I'm still optimistic that Sarah might join me tonight, and I want to ensure that she has room to lay beside me. I disappear inside my temporary dwelling, sitting down at a stone table to look over some old maps I brought with me. I took a scan of the layout of the area while I was flying about in the storm earlier, but I need to know more about what has changed and what has stayed the same. It is likely that while much of the land is the same, entire cities and towns may have grown up or disappeared in my long stone slumber. Forests and grasslands may have reshaped over the vast stretch of time I was absent. A vein throbs in my forehead, and I feel a hot surge of anger when I realize once more that the only reason I am in this predicament is due to the Perna, that they are responsible for cursing my people, for cutting us off from the world and from our power. How could they be so cruel? They had no right to put us under. None. They deserve everything that is coming to them, and more. My hatred only grows the longer I spend in the flesh world. I was deprived of so much. I was denied so much of my power. And yet, my mind goes to the fact that if it had not been for the stone sleep, I may have never met Sarah. I could have moved on from this area. Perhaps she may have never stopped through. I cannot fathom life without her in it now. Is revenge really the most important thing to me at this point? And I know deep down that my quest for revenge is the very thing that may drive her away from me. She said herself she will never be mated to one with nothing but revenge in their heart. I cannot lie to her, but revenge is no longer the only thing in my heart anymore. There is room for both Sarah and my plan for revenge. It is pointless for her to fight me on this. I am strong, and my will is great. I will not let a mere human woman sway me from my path. With that in mind, I pore over the maps, examining the terrain to get a feel for what I remember. I spot a small forest that surely has grown into something much larger by now, and decide that might be a good place to wait and ambush the caravan as it passes by. I can have my men hiding among the trees and strike when the moment is right. We shall head out early and camp out there, hidden among the groves of trees. The orcs will never know what hit them. The plan is solid, foolproof even, only so long as orcs remain as stupid and blundering as they were when I was asleep. I shall need to check on that with my followers. For now, I roll the maps up and lay back on the mossy bed, staring at the sloping ceiling, one hand thrown up over my head. What am I to do with Sarah? How can I convince her to take a chance on me? Another surge of hot anger courses through me as I realize just how pathetic I am acting. This is stupid, pointless. I despise myself for being so weak. I let out an angry roar, shaking the foundation of my stone structure, the entire hill rumbling. Whatever my thoughts on Sarah, I need to focus on my mission. It is vital that I keep my mind engaged on my plan. Sarah is nothing more than a distraction. She might be an intelligent and worthy woman, but she is against everything I stand for. She wants me to give up on my plan against the Perna, as though they are merely a former bully and not the greatest enemy of the Gargoyle people. What does she know of the war between the Gargoyles and the Purna? She knows nothing of the fierce battles that raged between us, the magic that was used for great harm on both sides, the hatred that twisted us both into ugly warriors only striving for victory. To her, my quest for revenge is something that makes me look weak and foolish. She cannot possibly understand the pain and torment the Purna brought our people. I watched many I cared for die at the hands of those witches. She cannot possibly understand the depths of my pain, nor can she understand what lengths I will go to in order to have my revenge on those that wronged us. She is nothing but a fragile human. I cannot let her take this away from me. If I let her take this away, what am I? Certainly not a gargoyle. I would be weak and powerless. My followers would shun or mock me. I would lose the respect of my fellow gargoyles. I am nothing if I give up my desire for revenge. That settles it. No matter what Sarah says to me, I will not let her change my mind. I turn over and try to rest, but something nags in the back of my mind like an itch I cannot scratch. The itch only grows, and soon I find myself sitting upright again, clenching the stone under my fingers so tightly that they indent the surface. What will happen when I get the flute? Once I have finally gotten my hands on it, will I truly be happy to wipe out all the Perna from the face of the planet? What about Uri? Will it affect her as well? I hold no love for anyone, least of all anyone with powers, but I cannot bear the thought of hurting Sarah by killing her friend. The thought stays me. Revenge is all well and good, but will it mean that I lose Sarah? Something foreign and unfamiliar enters me, coursing through my veins like ice. What is this? What am I feeling? I cannot breathe. I cannot move. It is like being frozen in stone sleep, but worse. Fear, my mind supplies. You are afraid of losing her. I have never experienced fear before, nor anything like it. It eats at me like the acid venom of the pillars eats away at all it touches. I am frozen. Sarah has brought so many new thoughts and feelings into my life. I do not understand how a mere human has such power over me. I understand on some level that she challenges me, and that draws me to her. But there is something I cannot put my finger on about her. Something that has me reconsidering the very thing that kept me going for centuries in my stone sleep. With a huff, I flop back onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. This is no use. I am going around and around in circles now. What is more important to me? My revenge, or having Sarah's heart? Therein lies the rub. I do not know what is more important to me. All I know is that Sarah is taking up more and more space in my head, making it harder to focus on the desire for revenge. I can no longer fight the feelings inside. I have to have her. I will do whatever it takes to win her heart, no matter how long it takes. I sigh and press fingers to my forehead. Oh, Sarah. What are you doing to me? I ask myself. It is getting late. I should get something to eat to keep up my strength. I wonder what my followers have conjured for themselves. I can hear the crackle of a fire outside and smell something roasting. It smells like tifi nuts and maybe bitter forticia. With a chuckle, I sit up again. I can easily feed them, but I do not care enough to stress myself out about it. I shall go and hunt my own food. Surely there are at least a few wild Dreepir roaming the nearby forests? A plan in mind, I turn to pick up my hunting knife and stop when I hear someone at the door, entering my dwelling. Go away, Neil. I have no wish to speak to you this evening, I say with a growl. A timid voice, one that sets my heart fluttering, speaks back. Are you sure about that? Sarah asks.
Chapter 15. Sarah. Sarah, Gorion breathes out, stopping everything that he is doing just to look at me. What are you doing here? I wanted to apologize to you. Closing the door gently, I sigh. I don't want to do this, but my conscience keeps nagging me. I'm sorry for running off when we were in the meadow together. I got scared and I didn't know what else to do, so I ran. Were you afraid that I was going to hurt you in any way? The words fumble out of my mouth. Thanks to the darkness, he doesn't see the redness forming in my cheeks. No, I trust you. I know that you would never hurt me. At least, not physically. I smile. Things are much different from how they once were, don't you think? Why, yes, I agree. Gorion sets aside his maps and his trinkets, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest. At one point, I wanted to kill you. I did not know any better back then. I was consumed with rage, and I wanted to take it out on someone. He means that. Even though he doesn't want to see me injured, there's a possibility that he will hurt me in other ways. That is what scares me. Men can make empty promises, but never fulfill them. What do I do when things come to that point? Cry my heart out. Vow to never love again? That's useless. I want to avoid that from happening in the first place. I understand. I'm glad that you see things differently now. I tuck my hair strands behind my ear, keeping a safe distance between him and I. There's no need for things to escalate. That's not what I'm here for. But don't you think there's still a chance that you could hurt me in other ways? Gorion frowns deeply. My remark strikes a chord in his heart, I think. Why would you say something like that, Sarah? I would never hurt you. I believe you. I don't think you want to punch me or throw me against a wall, but there's a chance you could break my heart. I avert my gaze, fiddling with my hands instead. It's difficult to push these words from my mouth. I've met a lot of disappointing men in my life. Some of them were in my own family, like my brothers. They would tell me one thing, but go behind my back and do something else. Something I didn't want them to do. Why do you compare me to them? Gorion asks sincerely. There's a softness to his voice that I can't ignore. It makes my heart skip a beat. I am not like them. I am disgusted by the possibility of ever hurting you in such a way. Why do you not believe me when I say this? What more can I do to prove this to you? I freeze. Things are taking a different turn from what I expected. He approaches me with a step, but I push myself against the wall. I don't want him to mess with my heart. That's the last thing I want. I'm not ready for romance. Yet, I can sense that he's not willing to give up trying that easily. I don't know if I should feel annoyed or impressed, but it's more so the latter. It's nice to feel desired for once. To have someone chase you, even though there are plenty of options for them to pursue. And Gorion chooses me. I am very sorry that you experienced such things in the past. My heart aches for you. I cannot believe that someone would willingly hurt you and put you through a difficult situation. It does not make sense to me. You humans have a curious way of going about things, and I will never understand your ways. Believe me, I get that, I reply with a small laugh. We're confusing because we have complex emotions, and sometimes we're bad at communicating. That only makes things more difficult. Yes, I can see that. Humans hurt each other needlessly, but I want you to know that I am not a human. Against better judgment, I don't say a word as Gorion reaches out and takes my hand. Instead, I cave into his touch. Subconsciously, I'm craving his closeness. I want him near me so that he can wrap his arms around me and tell me everything is going to be all right. This will suffice. For now. I am a gargoyle, and I will not disappoint you ever. Instead, I will exceed your expectations every time. You will never have to worry about me going behind your back and hurting you. I do not understand why human men do such things, but I do not have the need to do the same. Do you mean that? I breathe out, letting out a shaky breath. His finger trails along my cheek, which makes me smile. Are you sure that you mean what you say? A deep breath escapes Gorion's nostrils. He gazes down at me with pure tenderness in his eyes, intermixed with a bit of passion. It scares and excites me all at once, making me crave his touch. He has me wrapped around his finger, and he doesn't even know it. He doesn't know the power he holds over me. Every time I see you smile, he says, it is like watching the sun rise each morning. It is a truly mesmerizing thing, something that can easily take my breath away. I like it though. I enjoy seeing you smile and laugh. You deserve happiness, not the pain that you spoke about just now. Closing my eyes, I rest my head against his hand, which is surprisingly soft. It's incredible to see how just a few words from Gorion makes me melt completely. If I walk out of this hut and try to catch my breath, I'm sure my knees would buckle before I had the chance to think things through. He does something strange to my body, but I'm not too sure. I want it to stop. I relish the feeling. I never want it to end. You're so nice to me, I whisper. I don't know what I've done to deserve this treatment from you, but thank you. You make me feel alive again. And you make me feel as if all those years trapped in stone were worth it. Perhaps life made me wait a long time because it knew that something good was headed my way. I am glad that it was you. You are perfect, Sarah. I do not want you to change. Wow, I don't even know what to say. What could I match that with? Gorion has a poetic side, and he uses it well to take my breath away. When I first came into the hut, I wanted to speak to him in order to help Yuri. I convinced myself that there was nothing going on between Gorion and I, so things would be able to disappear into the past. How am I so stupid? How am I going to forget about the way he speaks to me, the way he caresses my face, the passion with which he kisses me and pins me down? These aren't things that I can shrug off like a piece of dust on my clothing. They are ingrained into my heart. I'm stunned. I do nothing but gaze at him and lean against his hand, which makes him sigh quietly. I resist the urge to pepper his skin with kisses, because that might take things a little too far. I'm content like this. I'm sure he is too. Thank you for spending time with me, Sarah. I appreciate it very much. You managed to take my mind off of some unpleasant things. Like what? I ask. What were you working on? I am planning the assault against the orc caravan. A loss will be humiliating, so we cannot risk the chance. Can I help in any way? My eyes widen. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have distracted you. This sounds important. Do not be silly. You did no such thing. I want you to be here. I did not expect you to be the one who enters my hut at this hour, but it is a welcomed surprise. I raise a brow. Who were you expecting? I believed it was Neil at first. When you came in and I told you to go away, I thought it was him. Does he annoy you too? He is a devoted follower, but he is irritating at times. He wants my protection at all costs, but he pesters me enough to make me want to hold his head underneath a rushing river. I feel the same way about him. Did you notice the cut along his face? I point towards my cheekbone. I'm the one who gave him that. Gorion smiles. Why? He talked some nonsense about Uri and I, So I taught him a lesson. There's no need to follow up on that, though. I'm pretty sure I scared him enough to make him see the light. That is good to hear. There was going to be hell to pay if I heard he hurt you. No one is allowed to do that, not even me. Gorion hoists me up, taking me by the waist and placing me upon his table, brushing away his maps. Tomorrow, I will show you that I mean what I say. We're going to attack the orcs, and then you will have your feast. This will happen because I say that it will. I do not lie. I place a hand on Gorion's chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat underneath my palm. I swallow hard and press my thighs together. We shouldn't be doing this, but I'm doing nothing to stop it. How ironic of me. Once we sack the caravan, you will see that you can rely on me. You can trust me. I have no reason to lie to you, Sarah. I want your love and your trust. I'm willing to move mountains to obtain that from you. He's giving me a lot of power. I have to be careful. I don't want this to get to my head. However, I think it's a bit too late for that. The way he's looking at me makes it difficult to think rationally. I want him. Nothing else matters to me right now. Not the minions, not the caravan, nothing. Just him. It's going to be a dangerous mission, though. He brushes his thumb over my bottom lip. I rest my hands over his, fluttering my eyelashes. Gorion's eyes are glowing with mischief. Sarah, get up. Leave this hut. You don't want to have sex with him. That's the wrong decision. Go back to the group. The voice in my mind is making a valid point, but I'm choosing to ignore it all the same. I don't want to leave. I want to see how far we can push this. How much longer will we be able to withstand the tension that is driving us crazy? For me, I'm at my breaking point. Every touch from him makes me ache for more. I think he knows that too. I feel his eyes on me, and whenever I match his gaze, he sends me a smile. He knows what he's doing. It's intoxicating. We will suffer a few casualties, he says, leaning closer to my mouth. The proximity sends goosebumps up and down my skin. But they are an inevitable consequence. The attack will proceed, and there's nothing my soldiers will be able to do about that. He kisses me, pressing hard against my mouth. It forces me to match the intensity, which is something I've been dying to do. This is my opportunity to show him how much I desire him. I'm not fighting against what my body wants anymore. Instead, I'm caving in. Chapter 16. Sarah. Gorion lays me back on the mossy bed that he conjured up, laying atop me as we continue to kiss each other, our kisses growing deeper and more frantic. His mouth is firm and unyielding on mine, making me dizzy. The way he takes control is like a drug to my system. I want to drown in his embrace. He presses into me, smoothing my hair from my face. You are so beautiful, he whispers. The blush spreads from my cheeks, all the way up to my ears and down my chest. No one's ever called me beautiful before. Most have said I'm homely or plain at best. It stirs a fire in my soul to hear him speak like this. Maybe I haven't given him enough credit. From the first moment we met, it was like he knew more about me than I knew about myself. He understands me in a way that almost scares me. I decide to surrender to him, giving myself over to whatever he wants to do. He's so powerful and intriguing. All I want is to know more about him. Starting with this. I trace a line over his cheek, and he tilts his head into my finger. You do such things to me, he says, voice like the sound of rain over a creek. You have no idea what you do to me. You drive me just as crazy, I tell him, biting my lip to muffle the sound of my moans when he starts to kiss my neck, stopping to nibble on my earlobes. You gods, you're unlike any person I've ever met. I am unlike most because I was fashioned by the gods themselves. Gorion's husky voice sends shivers down my spine. But I look upon your face and see divine beauty, he adds, and it makes me shift my thighs apart as my cunt grows damp. His passionate words are spreading the fire inside of me, and it's rapidly getting out of control. I reach up and pull his face down, wanting to kiss him again, wanting to feel how he takes control. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunders my mouth with his tongue, curling it around and around mine until I'm all but a puddle underneath him. The sparks that go off under my skin only heighten my pleasure, and I reach out to stroke over his arm, enjoying the strange way his skin feels both firm and yielding at the same time. Being with a gargoyle is vastly different from being with a human. I only have limited experience in that regard, but I note how much more in control he feels than any of the previous lovers I've had. He seems so sure of himself, so confident. It's a turn on just to watch him dominate me. The rest of this chapter is too spicy for YouTube. I know it's disappointing, but YouTube would freak out if I told you about all the freaky things that Gorion was going to do to me. You can, however, get the unabridged audiobook at worldsofprotheka.com. Use discount code YouTube30 to take 30% off this audiobook or buy bundles and save. Again, I know you're disappointed at not being able to hear the fun we're about to have, but if we broadcast this, we'd be taken off the air. I truly am sorry, but I hope you enjoy the rest of the story.
Chapter 17. Gorion. The breaking dawn light filters through the cracks in my stone hut, rousing me from my slumber. I squint, trying to figure out what woke me, and then I look down and see Sarah in my arms, and I am glad to be awake, no matter the cause. Sarah is in my arms. I marvel as I look down at her. She's still asleep, the light playing across her face so that her pale skin is illuminated, and I can see faint freckles on her cheeks. Everything about her is beautiful, almost ethereally so. She looks so relaxed for once, and not anxious or burdened. I pull the furs around us up higher so she is not drafty and revel in how she looks, sleeping so peacefully on my chest. How am I so blessed? I have an army at my disposal to get my revenge and a beautiful woman by my side. And soon, if I predict correctly, I will have everything I ever desired. The sun climbs higher in the sky and warms up the stone hut, but Sarah shivers a little in her sleep and snuggles closer to me. I stroke her hair and lean down and kiss her cheeks and nose softly. The physical pleasure of being intimate with her was quite something. She is insatiable. We made love twice more before exhaustion overtook us. Each time was just as incredible as the first. I could never tire of being inside of her. I do not understand how a mere human could have such power. There is so much to her, more that I discover every day in her presence. She brings a sense of contentment to me, just by being near her. This magic is more powerful than the magic of the Parna. It's more than mere contentment I feel inside. It is as though I have found the thing my spirit has been searching for my entire existence. As though I have found the other piece of me that was missing. Being with Sarah is like ... It is like being in the presence of a goddess who has decided to give me her blessing. I feel warm all over, happy with a full heart. Is this what love feels like? I do not think it could be that. Gargoyles do not fall in love. This is just not something that we do. We may take a mate, but it is less out of a desire to share our hearts and more to create progeny to further our line. We do not even have mating ceremonies. We simply decide to join our lives and share our spaces. It is as simple as that. All I wanted was to capture Sarah's heart so she would belong to me. Is it possible she has captured mine as well? The thought does not disgust me as much as it should have. Whether or not I feel anything for her, I must have her by my side. The thought of losing her is unbearable. Just as these thoughts start to overwhelm me, a noise outside pulls me out of my head. What was that? It happens again. This time the cry of pain is unmistakable. Sarah! I yell her name, but she's sitting upright, coming awake rapidly. I heard it, she informs me, the two of us listening once more. The noises grow louder and more pronounced. The orcs! Sarah says, picking up on the situation quickly. They're attacking! We both leap out of the bed, rushing around to get dressed. I cannot let the orcs get the best of me. Those bastards have my men surrounded by the time I exit the stone hut. Sarah hot on my heels. We face off against them together. I survey the moronic beasts, and a smirk plays on my lips. Good. They appear to be just as dumb and brain-rotted as the last time I encountered them. No need for any fancy maneuvering, then. All I need is my brute strength. We have minimal weapons, unfortunately. My men are only equipped with whatever they brought to slaughter the Yuri girl and my Sarah. So, a motley assortment of pitchforks, clubs, and rope. Not a lot to work with, I realize as I look it over from the corner of my eye. Fortunately, Sarah and Yuri were insightful enough to come with their own weapons to the fight. Yuri has her powers, of course, and Sarah, the smart girl she is, has her hat and her own dagger concealed in her boot. Careful! Hold steady, men, I warn, lifting my arms out to keep Sarah back. I'm not about to stop her from fighting, but I want to protect her from any rogue orcs. You oaf should quietly surrender if you know what is good for you, I informed the orcs, letting my large wingspan outward, showing off my assets. The orcs have two of my men already on the ground, and Neil is hiding behind a makeshift tent, the worthless idiot. I need to rally these men, make them believe they can hold their own against these plague-riddled beasties. I do a quick head count, assessing that there have to be at least 20 or so orcs against a dozen of us. Not terrible odds, especially with me in the mix. We do not surrender, dung breath, one of the orcs taunts. Or is your head too full of rocks to understand? His insults are simple and childish, and I let out a barking laugh, nearly in tears at how foolish they are. Pathetic. Perhaps your mothers were bred with their sires, for they have neither intelligence nor looks to back their words up. The orcs look at each other with confusion before turning back to me angrily. We will not be mocked. You will surrender, or you will prepare to die, one shouts at us. With every word you utter, I am more and more concerned that you may forget how to breathe one day, I shoot back. Men, prepare yourselves. What these orcs lack in brains or beauty, they also lack in fighting prowess. You can beat them. Attack! This seems to awaken something in my followers because they grow confident and assured against the orc threat, and the fighting begins. The first to land a hit is one of the stronger of my men, a tall one I heard called Baden Grimes, who strikes an orc about the head with his club, knocking him into another orc. The two orcs yell and attack back, but are stopped by someone with a pitchfork shoving it into the first's chest. Take that, you scallywags, the old man says, glee in his drooping eyes. I hang back, watching my men as they start to brawl with the orcs, trying to see where I might need to intervene. Get off of her! Sarah yells, jumping on an orc's back to pull him off of Yuri, who is struggling in his grasp. Yuri, use your fire! Yuri looks back at Sarah for a moment before she closes her eyes, and the orc's hands catch fire. He screams, dropping her immediately. Sarah grabs her friend, and the two of them turn back to battle an orc with an axe. I have enough observing and throw myself into the fray, extending clawed fingers to rake across one orc's chest, watching its blood spurt out in thick lines as it goes down, stumbling against one of my men's makeshift tents, which exposes Neil, who had been hiding behind it. "Neil, get out there and fight!" I order him, sick of his sniveling ways. He shakes like a leaf on a tree, but holds up his club, facing an orc who is trying to swing at him with a morning star. He has a stroke of luck and clubs the orc in the head, dropping him where he stands. After that, he seems to gain confidence, striking blows at all who come his way, dodging some of the attacks with the skill and dexterity only born of a true rodent. He picks up and throws me an axe from a dead orc, and I grab it mid-air, turning to swing the weapon into the chest of an attacking one. A scream pierces the air, and I whip around, worried it might be Sarah, but it is one of my other followers who was unlucky enough to take an axe to the back. I face my next attacker, not sparing a second thought to the fallen soldier, and use my wings to propel myself into the air, where I drop the axe I'm holding onto its head, satisfied by the crunch that means his head is split open. Laughter bubbles up inside me when I see an orc aiming for Yuri, only to watch her use her firepower to set his weapon ablaze, making him drop it. An orc attempts to sneak up on me while I am momentarily distracted, but I have excellent hearing and whirl around, plunging a hand straight into his chest, ripping out his heart. As I ready myself to take on another attacker, I realize that most of the orcs are now dead, and the ones remaining are backing away, wary of us. "No survivors!" I yell, pointing at the remaining orcs. I fly overhead while a few of my men back me up on foot, and we give chase to the orcs that are attempting to flee. I snatch one up with my claws, dropping him onto a rock to bash in his head. Another is fleeing in the opposite direction, so I cut him off at the pass and grab his throat, strangling him to death where he stands. The other men with me circle the last two orcs, yelling and crowing, certain of victory. Unfortunately, like a trapped rodent, the two are desperate for survival, and they both attack Baden, who attempts to deflect their blows with his club. The two outmaneuver him, managing to stab him, and he falls to the ground, blood pooling from his wound. I'm angry at losing one of my better men, so I scream a warning cry and drop a rock on them, giving my men room to follow up by shoving their clubs into the orcs' chests. "Good," I say as I land, the men wiping blood from their brows. "We defeated them." The four of us head back to the campsite, where the defeated orcs are being burned in a large fire. "Look," I say as I walk into the camp. "The orcs have brought their goods to us instead of making us walk. How nice of them," I smirk, gesturing to the caravans that they have parked at the bottom of the hill. "We lost about 4 men, Sarah says, walking up to me with a frown on her face. "We are only down to about 8 now." "They were probably the weak ones anyway," I wave my hand dismissively. "Don't say that, Gorion," she pleads. I look down to see the stricken expression on her face. "They were good people." "They tried to burn you at the stake, Sarah," I point out. She shifts, looking ill at ease with the reminder. "Do not mourn them," I say, lifting her chin so she can look me in the eyes. "They died for a good cause. Their deaths will not be meaningless." She still looks uncertain, but she nods. "I understand," she says, her eyes solemn. "Good," I nod. "Now let's get this place cleaned up." I look up, shouting at my men. "Loot their wagons, take the Hokeen, and salvage all the dead men's weapons. We need all the help we can get in our fight against Viz and whatever he might throw at us." Sarah and Yuri begin to inventory the weapon stashes, throwing them into a pile while the other men continue the work of dragging bodies to the fire to burn. There is much work to be done before we can leave, and I want to take everything with us that we can.
Chapter 18. Sarah. As we battle the orcs, I spend most of my time defending Uri, trying to protect her from being slaughtered, as it is my duty to protect her. She holds her own, fighting with her fire powers after some encouragement. I admire how easily her magic flows through her as she throws fireball after fireball at our enemies. Deciding on a defensive strategy, I draw orcs towards me with jeers and taunts, pulling them away from her to get them distracted enough to let our men take them out from behind. We are not skilled as fighters, so it makes more sense to go for clever strategy over brute force. When I catch a glimpse of Gorion fighting, though, it's clear he is using the opposite tactic. The way he fights is so ferocious and bloody. I know that it's silly to be bothered. I've seen gargoyles letting loose before, but still, can this really be the same man who showed me such tenderness last night? He was so sweet and gentle when we made love, and now he's laughing at an orc who is screaming from being lit on fire. It sends my stomach lurching, and I nearly catch an axe to the head before coming back to myself and dart forward, shoving my dagger to the hilt into the orc's stomach while I let out a fierce battle cry. It's not as though I'm unused to fighting or violence, I think, as I whirl around and kick out at the orc currently attacking me. I've spent my life in a gang. I've been exposed to violence from an early age. With a shout, I jump onto the back of the attacking orc and plunge my dagger into its neck before jumping down again. I also know that I can be just as fierce a fighter. But maybe that's the thing. I've fought out of necessity. Gorion didn't have to secure supplies this way. He could have taken us to a town and negotiated for them. The thing that is bothering me is that he's chosen to attack this caravan. He likes the fighting, I realize, throwing my hat to ward off another attacker. He's enjoying the bloody, brutal battle. I need to come to terms with this side of him. If I'm going to let him be intimate with me, I'm going to have to figure out how to reconcile what I've seen and experienced. I stand back to back with Uri, warding off another attack, and watch as the orcs start to realize their numbers have dwindled to nothing. "No survivors," Gorion shouts, indicating the ones attempting to flee. This seems unnecessarily cruel of him in my view. They're hardly a threat now, aren't they? He sets off, taking Baden, Barnabas, and Leon with him, while the rest of us take a moment to survey the damages. We've lost at least 3 or 4 men, it looks like. Some of the other men close their eyes and lay them next to each other. We'll bury them together later on. Other men are starting to grab orc bodies and pull them into a pile. "Hey, Purna, can you light a fire?" Neil demands. Uri glares at him, ready to shoot a fireball at him when I lay my hand over her arm. "He's not worth it," I say. Uri looks annoyed, but sets the bodies ablaze as requested. It isn't long before Gorion and the other men come back, covered in blood and orc guts. He's looking far too happy for someone who just fought a brutal battle, I think. When I find out Baden is dead, I can't take it anymore, and I admonish Gorion for his callous attitude. "They were people," I protest. "They tried to kill you," he reminds me, and I grimace. I know this. It doesn't make me feel any better. He promises me that they haven't died in vain, though, and that we secured the supplies we needed. After that, he orders us to start looting the caravans and prepare a feast to celebrate. I head down to help Uri finish burning the bodies, along with a few of the others, and Neil heads the looting spree, loudly gloating about how well we did. Hardly. He cowered behind the tent for half the battle. Ignoring him, we finish throwing bodies onto the pile, and Yuri makes sure they're all burning nicely. "Hey!" Neil shouts. They've pulled the caravans up the hill to make it easier, and he opens the doors of one of the wagons, showing off what was inside. It turns out the orcs were carrying human slaves as cargo. I feel ill, as though I might throw up. If we had simply headed for a town to negotiate supplies, we would have missed this. I'm suddenly grateful to Gorion for choosing to attack the orcs. As savage as he was in battle, the orcs are a far more brutal, violent people than he could ever be. "What do you want to do with them, Master?" Neil asks, pulling them out of the wagon by their chains. They stumble out, looking haggard, weak, and disheveled. There has to be at least a dozen or more of them, and they range in age from teenagers to a few elderly men. Most of them are young women, though. "What happened?" I ask, going up to one young woman. "They planned a skirmish, demanding tribute, or they would fight us. When the men of the village were off to hold them back, the others attacked and took us prisoner," the girl says softly. Tear tracks dried on her cheeks. "Keep them chained up," Gorion says, looking over the group. "We'll get a pretty penny for them, especially the women." He punctuates this statement with a smirk. I can't let him sell these people off. They're innocents. They will be forced to serve cruel masters, to toil the rest of their lives as slaves. It hurts my heart to see Gorion's carelessness. Are all gargoyles like this? I need to persuade him to set them free, to give them the freedom that they deserve. "Gorion," I step up to him, being strategic about how I approach. "Can I talk to you in private?" "Of course, love," he says, his smirk turning into a genuine smile when he sees me. He pulls us away from the fray, and we stand near his stone hut. "Are you certain the best way to go is to sell these slaves?" I ask, tilting my head. It seems short-sighted. "I do not understand, of course. It is the best option," he says, crossing his arms. His posture is defensive. I need to backpedal a little. "I'm not questioning your judgment," I clarify. "Whatever you decide is right, of course. I'm just pointing out that there may be more options to explore." "More options? Explain." "The young slaves will get a high price, yes. But the older ones, the frail and elderly, will not fetch that great a price. You might end up stuck with them. And then you'll have a few feeble old slaves that can't do much to help you. And they'll resent you for separating them from their people." "This is true," Gorion says, stroking his chin. "What do you propose?" He's listening. That's good. I take a deep breath, mentally crossing my fingers. He will agree to my suggestion. "I think you should set them free," I say. His face turns thunderous instantly. "What? Set them free?" His eyes are dark as they gaze on me. "That is the worst idea. I cannot believe you would suggest that." "Hear me out," I plead. I glance around before lowering my voice. "I think that if you set them free, you'll be ridding yourself of the dead weight that the elderly slaves would bring you. You won't have to worry about keeping them and giving them food or shelter," I point out. He nods, and I continue. "On the other hand, you can offer for any of the freed slaves to work under you, to serve you. They will be so grateful that you freed them, that they will want to work for such a benevolent master. And maybe those with husbands or brothers might want to join them. You can offer them a better life than in their village, I'm sure. Gorion looks me over, gaze steady. What is he thinking? I can't tell. You'll be able to grow your following, and we need it to defeat the wizard, I remind him. You are as wise as you are beautiful, Sarah, Gorion finally speaks, nodding with a kind of solemnity. I cannot be angry at such a brilliant suggestion. Of course, these slaves would rather work for a master like me than eke out a tough and miserable existence farming in a village. And I would most certainly be better off if they have their husbands or brothers join. I breathe out a sigh of relief, glad that I made Gorion see it my way. I could never be with someone who forced others into slavery. I worried he would be stubborn or angry at my suggestion, but he seems to agree that this is the best of all the options. I will go address them now, Gorion promises, tilting my chin up to capture my lips in a kiss. Then we shall have a feast. I nod, and he breaks away, heading to speak to the captured slaves. I watch him walk off, and my heart feels lighter. Yes, he can be cruel and fierce, but there's also a kind, gentle side to him. I just need to keep nurturing it, I think. I can make him see that he doesn't have to be so harsh and hard. I turn my head and catch Yuri staring at me, an expression of anger on her face. She's shaking her head at me, and I open my mouth to ask her what her problem is, but she just balls her hands into fists and turns, running off into the trees. "Uri!" I shout, taking off after her. She's my responsibility. I can't let her run off and get hurt. I follow down the side of the hill, but she's too fast, evading me by weaving in and out of the trees. Following behind at a steady pace, I try to call out, but she's not listening. "Yuri, please," I yell. "What are you doing? We can talk about this." She either doesn't hear me or she's choosing to ignore me. I can't let her get lost or captured, though. It's my mission to keep her safe. "Yuri!" I yell again, but this time I stop. I no longer hear her running through the underbrush. I can't hear anything but the crunch of leaves underfoot. Where did she go? I turn in a circle, trying to spot her, but she's gone. "Yuri!" I yell her name over and over, but she's nowhere to be found. Picking a direction at random, I sprint off, determined to find my friend. Not only do I need to make sure she's safe, I need to find out why she ran off in the first place. Why did she look at me with so much anger? Was it because I kissed Gorion? But she knows that I have feelings for him. She knows that there's something between us. I don't understand why she's so angry about that. I think I hear something just ahead, so I crash through the trees, following the sound. I burst into a clearing, looking around wildly. There's nothing there but a suru hopping through the bushes. Drats and damn it, where is she? "Uri!" I call her name one more time. "Please, talk to me. For the God's sake, Uri." I hear another sound, and I quickly turn, catching a flash out of the corner of my eye. Is that her? I open my mouth to call out again when a hand clamps onto it from behind. "Not today," a harsh voice says, and something drops onto my head and the world goes black.
Chapter 19. Gorion. When I announce my intentions with the slaves, I can see the surprise in my followers' eyes. They do not expect kindness from me. I know that I am a strict master, but Sarah has been showing me how kindness can be as much a strength as being strict. I promised the slaves that as soon as possible, we will take those that wish to return home back to their village, and those that have husbands or brothers who wish to join me can do so. The slaves, now free, decide to help with preparing the feast, grateful to be safe from the orcs' control. Sarah is right once again. Most of them are so grateful that they immediately agree to join me without question. The plans are coming to fruition nicely, I think to myself as I walk among my followers, observing their preparations. There is so much meat and good things to eat, plenty for everyone. I even spot a whole liker being roasted on a spit. This will be a fine feast indeed. "Gorion!" Neil shouts my name. "All praise our master Gorion! Praise his benevolence and battle prowess!" "Gorion!" Others echo, and I hold myself taller, proud that I have such loyal followers. They start chanting my name, and I hold my hands over my head, shaking them in victory. The night is getting dark, and the men have created a large bonfire and raided supplies, laying out plates and bringing out mead and ale from the wagons. Everything is going so well. Why is it, then, that it feels like something is not quite right? Something is missing. I think I know, deep down, what it is. The one thing I want, the one prize I long for most is still not in my reach yet. I want Sarah's heart, and I know that I still don't have it. How can I get what I want from her? How can I prove that I will not be a disappointment? She still does not believe in me despite working hard to prove myself. I know that she does not want me to pursue my plan for revenge. That is the biggest sticking point between us. If I end my plan to use Yuri as bait to lure out the Sorcerer Vis, will that help? Maybe if I tell her she can understand that I'm capable of changing, she will see that there is enough good in me to stick around for. That begs another question, though. If I come clean, will Sarah even want me anyway? She will be so angry that I lied to her, that I plan to use her friend. I cannot bear the thought of seeing the disappointment in her lovely gray eyes. I know that she will hate me for what I planned. She is very single-minded and does not understand that sometimes things need to be done in order to make other things happen. I will just have to make her understand, to show her that I need her in my life, and that she is the most important person to me, more important than anyone else. That will have to do. I will pull her aside before the feast. If we talk before we eat, I might be able to get her to calm down by the time we are ready to go to bed for the evening, and we can sleep beside each other once more. "Neil," I call his name brusquely, and he rushes up to me like the good little sycophant he is. "Bring Sarah to me, I need to speak to her." "Right away, master." He bows and heads off. I wait, impatient to get these words out. There are knots in my stomach and I feel sweat on my brow. I hate feeling anxious. I've never felt like this before, and it is unpleasant. "Master!" Neil comes rushing back up to me and looks frantic. "Sarah and Yuri are missing!" "What?" I take a sharp inhale and stare at him. "You better be telling the truth. This is not a funny joke. It's the truth. Someone said they saw Yuri run off and Sarah followed her. They went down the hill that way," he points. I'm shaking in anger and frustration as I turn, tearing off in the direction that he's pointing. I reach the bottom of the hill and look around. My anxiety only spikes as I realize that they are nowhere to be found. I call their names and no one answers. It's getting darker out too. It is highly unusual for either of them to remain out when it is this dark. They are both practical and smart women who know that there are dangers being out alone like this. Crashing through the trees, I look right and left, hoping for any sign that can direct me which way they went. I spot a few broken tree branches that show me that at least one of them headed in this direction. Breathing a sigh of relief that I am going the right way, I continue to follow the scarce trail of clues left behind. "Sarah!" I yell. "Yuri!" I search high and low, hoping that maybe there is some trifling danger that is making them too scared to speak, but that they will call out when they hear my voice. "Sarah!" My heart sinks as I realize that I cannot find either of them. Sarah and Yuri are both long gone, if this is the direction they ran. I spot a flash of color in the distance and rush towards it. Maybe they are scared to venture back and are hiding in a cave deep in the forest? Stumbling through the growth, I realize I am merely chasing a Suru. Sarah is not scared of anything. She has a fierce bravery that I deeply admire. If anything, Uri would be the scared one, and Sarah would be offering her comfort right now. "Sarah, where are you?" I yell, continuing on. I'm surprised at how far away they obviously traveled. Did they have some kind of argument? Is that why Yuri ran away and Sarah ran after her? I know she sees Uri as her responsibility, so of course she went after her, but I wish she would have given me an indication that she was leaving. I step through a clearing and look around, certain I can feel Sarah's presence here. I look down and realize that I see blood on the ground, and my heart freezes in my chest. "Sarah!" I pace, trying to pick up clues about what might have happened. She was running through here. I see it in the broken twigs and leaves underfoot. She stopped right at this spot, I decide, seeing boot prints in the muddy grass. I follow the boot prints back a ways and notice that there seems to be a second set of boot prints that come from a different direction, but meet up here at the clearing. Are those Yuri's prints, I wonder? But why did Yuri meet Sarah here in the clearing if she was running away from her? Nothing makes sense, and I am baffled by what I am seeing. "Sarah," I call again, hoping she's nearby, that maybe she will finally answer me. Just as I suspect, she does not reply. I bite down on my lip hard enough to draw blood. The anxious feelings that have been gnawing at me since I left the camp have only been increasing. Something is wrong. Sarah and Yuri were too far away for a simple argument. I follow the tracks further back and realize they could not have come from Yuri at all. They came from the entirely wrong direction. It feels as though I have a weight on my chest, pressing on it, making it hard to breathe. I bend down to the ground and brush the grass aside and see more blood, clearly from a heavy injury. The blood stops for a few feet, but then it looks like whoever was bleeding was being dragged away, in the opposite direction of the second set of prints. So, whoever was injured was dragged away, possibly unconscious as the drag marks are deep grooves in the muddy ground. I look around hoping to find out that Sarah is the one who hurt the potential attacker, and that she dragged them away from the clearing. I need to believe she is all right. I need her to be okay. I cast about the clearing wildly, praying that there is some sign, something to reassure me that my fears are completely unfounded. As I reach the edge of the clearing, I spot a few black hairs wrapped around a low-hanging tree branch. I rush for it and grasp them, picking them up. This is Sarah's hair. I'm certain of it. The only way this could have caught is if she was the one being dragged. The hairs fall out of my hand, almost as if in slow motion as the realization sets in. Sarah has been kidnapped. It was her blood I saw. I drop to my knees, bellowing in rage and anger. Whoever did this will pay with their life. Sarah is mine. The pain fills me up. The pressure on my chest increases tenfold. I have lost her, this time maybe for good. It takes me a long moment to realize that my face is wet. I reach up and touch it, registering the tears that are dripping down my cheeks. I am crying. Why am I crying? I do not cry. I have never cried before. My heart knows what my head does not, and it supplies me with the answer I was searching for. Love. I love Sarah. I am in love with her. Even though I know of no gargoyles that have loved before, I do not believe it to be impossible as I once thought. The revelation strikes me in the chest, causing me to cry out once more. I love her, and she is missing, maybe kidnapped. She is in danger and I cannot find her. I feel my breath come faster, as though I cannot catch it. Sarah! The tears fall faster and I tip forward, on my hands and knees in the dirt, anguish clouding my thoughts. I cannot catch my breath and I cannot stop crying. I grow angry at myself, but it does not help me to calm. My grip on the grass tightens and I try to slow my breathing, to get it back under control. Sarah means everything to me, and I have lost her just as I realize this. Whoever has hurt her is in for a rude awakening when I get my hands on them. Getting to my feet once more, I set my shoulders, determined to follow this trail all the way to where it leads and take Sarah back from whoever thought they could take her. I wipe my face with my hands, clearing it of tears. My breathing starts to calm as I plan. Walking back through the trees, I feel myself calming to the point of feeling almost numb and cold inside. I must have Sarah back. There is no other option. Whoever thought they could get away with this is going to pay. Dearly. I walk back into camp where the feast is in full swing. Neil and the others look up from eating, and Neil slaps a dripper leg out of someone's hand. "What are you doing?" he hisses, as though he himself wasn't just shoveling food into his mouth a moment ago. I ignore him and march up to the group, standing in front of them. "Someone has taken Sarah, and possibly Uri," I declare. "Someone snatched them up and dragged them off, and whoever it was is going to pay. Gather weapons and armor. Put yourselves to right. Those of you who cannot fight, I need you to stay and pack up the camp. Those who can, join me. We are going to get revenge."
Chapter 20. Sarah. No. The grotesque monster drags me by the hair, shoving me into a dungeon cell where there's no light and barely any fresh air to breathe. My knees crash against the ground harshly, sparks of pain shooting up my spine as I lay there. I'm helpless. Looking back, the hideously deformed minion looms over me. An eye is embedded into her forehead, while misshapen teeth protrude out of her mouth. Her fingernails, long and gnarly, are stained black and brown. Horrific red splotches cover her skin, some of them oozing a pus-like liquid. My stomach lurches, and I turn away from that thing. She looks like a combination of several different creatures, but the final result went horribly wrong. Crumpled, pathetic demon wings stick out from her back. A weak naga tail extends from her backside, and her body is reminiscent of an orc's. Truly horrific. What the fuck is going on? That's enough, Kamara. Leave the human alone. The dungeon cell closes abruptly. I jump to my feet and all but toss myself against the cage rails. The sorcerer creates a glowing orb to illuminate the dark space we're in. He stares down at me with pure contempt in his eyes, while the minion hunches over with its arms curled inward, waiting for another order to fulfill. "What are you?" I rasp, narrowing my eyes as the sorcerer refuses to look away. "Who are you?" "My name is Vezes. Ves for short," he replies, breathing out the words. "I hope you can forgive the unceremonious way I abducted you, but you have something that interests me greatly. I'd be a fool to pass up on this offer." "What offer?" I slam my fist into the rail, which makes Kamara jolt and whimper. Ves holds a hand up. Suddenly, there's an intangible force that closes around my neck, lifting my head higher. The sorcerer smirks. "Your friend, the Perna." Ves tilts his head, tongue darting between his teeth as his eyes trail my features. "Did you think you two were going to hide that secret for long? I've never been one to let unused magical potential go to waste. I'm in dire need of it, after all." Let go of her. I grit my teeth as the force around my neck tightens. She's done nothing wrong. She's innocent and doesn't deserve any of this. Let her go. You humans are the silliest little idiots I have ever come across, Ves mumbles, shaking his head slightly. I'm going to drain her of her powers. If she doesn't know how to use them, might as well give them to someone who does. Wouldn't you agree? So why am I here? Ves barks out a laugh. Kimara hiccups a few times, something reminiscent of a giggle. The poor thing is so deformed that she can barely talk, let alone laugh. There's light behind her eyes still. Weak, but it's there. What kind of question is that? What is your name? Sarah. I sniff loudly, trying to ignore the tears starting to form in my eyes. Sarah Ripley. I was alerted to a possible Perna living in the region. I didn't want to believe it at first, because those creatures tend to hide themselves well. But the rumors were true. Your friend is what I've been seeking. She's perfect, actually. She's small, light, and easy to pin down. A horrified gasp slips from my lips. Vess laughs yet again, easing off the force that continues to clamp down on my neck. And if I let you go, I know that you'll do anything in your power to save her. I can't have that happen. Nothing can disrupt what I'm going to do. At the same time, I wouldn't want to stain my hands with an innocent's blood. That's the only reason why I didn't kill you when I found you with her. You're going to regret this, I whisper, leaning my forehead against the rails. This isn't going to work. Oh? Is that so? Vess grins wide, from ear to ear. After I'm done with Uri, I have some ideas on what to do with you. I hate allowing things to go to waste. I've noticed that Kimara could use some extra help around here. Not only that, but she could use some company. It gets rather lonely for her. What the blazes are you intending to do with me then? Isn't it obvious? Vess gestures towards Kimara. You're going to meet the same fate as she did. Do you think she was born like this? No. She's my creation. I made her into what she is today. The same fate awaits you. No, that's not going to happen. There's no way I'll turn into something like that. I'd rather fight to the death against an orc. Gorion would never allow that. He's coming for me. I know he is. Vess's eyes widen momentarily. Then, a wide smile spreads across his face. Laughter soon follows, which makes Kimara start giggling too. Vess doubles over, truly amused by what I said. I'm not too sure why he thinks this is funny. I'm serious. Gorion is going to rip his head off his body, but he's standing here and laughing about it. My blood starts simmering. For a brief moment, I wonder how viable it is to reach through the railings and strangle Vez with the wrath teeming in my hands. Oh, Sarah, you're a funny one. I wonder where you learned to say such humorous jokes like that. I don't understand why you keep laughing. Gorion is going to come, and it's not going to look good for you once he does. How can you be so sure? Because he loves me. I blink. Then, a hand raises to cover my lips. What the fuck? Vess clears his throat, then places his hands behind his back. The force on my neck disappears completely, and the orb illuminating the dungeon continues floating near my face. With a hand near his chin, Vess paces in front of me. Kimara makes small, pitiful noises as she watches him. He loves you. Vess can't even hide his laughter anymore. My cheeks burn. So you're saying the gargoyle, the species that is notorious for being reckless and selfish, loves you. Am I hearing this correctly? Kimara, are you listening to what she's saying? The minion nods. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. A gargoyle would never love a human like you. That's a new low, even for them. No, but it's true. Gorion loves me. I know he does. He's willing to move whole mountains to be with me. But do I love him back? With the same passion, intensity, and fire that he has shown me. I bite at my fingernails, mulling it over. Meanwhile, Ves continues to laugh in my face about the whole thing. His expression irks me, prodding at the most sensitive nerves in my heart. I want to pummel his face into the ground, but I know that his magic will stop me in my tracks before my fist makes contact. Gargoyles don't care about anyone other than themselves. It's common knowledge. Everyone knows that. Ves juts his bottom lip out, sending a look of faux sympathy. Well, for a little human like you, I understand why things are more difficult to comprehend. Your brains aren't as developed as the rest of us. It's not your fault. He wants the finder's flute, or the flute of finding, whatever that thing is. I huff out an exasperated breath. That's all he wants, and he knows that you're the one who has it. He only wants peace, but he's not a pushover. He wants to help Uri find the Purna, and he's not going to let you hurt her. The what? Ves laughs hard enough to crumple over. He falls on the ground, clutching his stomach while he rolls around. He screams out his laughs. I want nothing more but to twist these rails out of my way and kill him with my own hands. What in the name of the 13 is so funny about this situation? He keeps laughing at me. I'll be the one laughing when Gorion rips his skull out of his body, that's for sure. Repeat that for me, Ves exclaims, pointing at me. Repeat that one more time. I want to hear it again. I hope you get Pilla's venom in your eyes. You're hilarious. I underestimated you, Sarah. You're much funnier than you look. Now, say that again for me. The finder's flute? What the fuck is that? What do you mean? My breath quickens. The finder's flute. Gorion told me you had it. It's the flute that can find anyone on Protheka, no matter where they're hidden. We wanted the flute so that we could locate the Purna. Oh, wow. Ves swallows thickly, wiping the tears from his eyes. He remains on the floor, staring up at the dungeon ceiling. That was hilarious. Help me up, Kamara. The minion hurries to his side, offering him a hand to stand up. Ves groans loudly as he lifts himself to his feet, quickly brushing the wrinkles out of his cloak. Then he spins on his heels to face me again. He lifts up his finger, waving it a few times through the air, while he thinks of the next idiotic thing to say. When you say the finder's flute, he says, stifling another chuckle. Did you mean this, perhaps? In a plume of smoke, Ves conjures up a fluff that he twists in his hands before extending it out to me. When I reach out for it, he plucks it away and causes it to levitate through the air. He bounces it around as a mocking gesture. Kamara claps her hands at the scene, enjoying the way he makes the flute twirl above our heads. Is that the finder's flute? I ask, never taking my gaze off him. Is that what we were looking for? No, you silly little thing, Ves exclaims. This is the far-slaying flute. I have never heard of the finder's flute in my life. It's a shame that Gorion had to lie to you and your friend. That's a horrible thing to do to someone. I don't know if I could trust him after something like that. What an instigator. At the same time, he might have a point. Why did Gorion feel the need to lie to me? Does he not trust me? Does he think I'm an idiot? If he's willing to lie to me about something as simple as a flute, what if he's been lying to me about other things all this time? What if he doesn't care about me? What if he doesn't love me? Shit. I feel my heart physically start hurting once that thought hits me. I clutch onto the rails, stabilizing myself as I try to control my breathing. My knuckles turn white. Ves hums. I must have struck a nerve. Shut up. There's a catch to playing the farslang flute, you see. Once you put your lips on the reed and blow, you've condemned yourself to a tragic fate. Although your mortal enemy will die, well, Ves shrugs. You must pay the price in return. It was all a lie, then? I ask quietly. The cold rail feels nice against my hot skin. My knees are close to buckling. He lied to me. Seems like it. You shouldn't be too surprised about that. Gorion is just another gargoyle. He only cares for himself and how to further his own agenda. It's a shame that you got caught in the mix. Your friend, too. Ves clicks his tongue. I'm going to have fun carving her up for her magic. Don't worry. I'll make it quick. He winks at me. Then he and Kamara make their way to the exit. They take the orb with them. See you soon, Sarah. The door slams loudly, leaving me alone with nothing but silence and darkness.
Chapter 21. Gorion. The tower. It stands tall and firm in the plains it is situated in. Nothing but rage courses through my body as I make my way towards the tower, knowing what awaits me once I kick in that door. Vessis matches my cunning, so I anticipate that he has defended his tower similar to the way I defended my temple ruins, with death traps. However, I know his tricks, and I know the things he is willing to do in order to get what he wants. That is why he took Uri and Sarah in the first place. Uri is valuable. To think that someone like her was living under Vessis' nose for that long is almost unbelievable. He is a sorcerer with little spies that whisper secrets to him, telling him things that do not even pertain to him. I do not know what these spies look like, but I know that they exist. How else would he know everything going on across the continent of Praj? Despite everything, I hope I am not too late to save Sarah. My beloved Sarah. Guilt consumes me. My negligence allowed Vessis to swoop in and steal the women away when no one was looking. I cannot allow something like this to happen again. Something blocks my entrance on the other side of the door. Gritting my teeth, I concentrate on blasting through this door by slamming my arm against it until the hinges give in. In 1, 2, 3 slams, I force my way through, and I see the creature that was preventing me from reaching my Sarah. A grotesque monster, probably one of Ves's creations. A mix of various species combined into one cursed individual, with the eyes of a dark elf, but the intelligence of a mindless dripper. With one eye in her head, the creature blinks rapidly at me and makes a noise to alert Ves of my presence. As she opens her crooked mouth to scream, I kick into her chest and send her into the nearest wall. With a thunderous crack, the creature groans and wails as she slides down the wall and crumples upon the floor. I approach her carefully, taking a handful of hair with my fist and forcing her to look me in the eyes. The eye on her forehead blinks more quickly than the other one. Where is she? Where is Sarah? The creature drools, spit trailing down the side of her mouth. I do not... Speak to me! My voice booms throughout the tower. If Ves did not know of my presence beforehand, he certainly does now. I must act quickly. Who knows what he will do to Sarah and Yuri, knowing that I am coming to save them. He probably did not anticipate something like this. Taking the monster's head in my hands, I contemplate pressing on the sides of her temple until her skull cracks open. That is not the wisest thing to do, however. She might be the only one who can lead me to Ves. But can this creature even speak? "Where is Sarah?" I ask again, more forceful in my delivery. She is down. Down where? My fist tightens in her hair, making the monster cry out. Tell me where she is, or I will expel your insides on this very floor. Down there! The monster drawls her words, pointing towards a closed wooden door with a large lock across its handle. Down! Down! She is down! Slamming the monster's skull into the wall, it is enough to make her slump unconscious. With that out of the way, I make my way towards the locked door. Kicking at the lock, it takes a few tries until the lock explodes and I push my way through. The staircase down is not illuminated with any lights, so it is difficult to keep track of my footing. I hang onto the wall with each step. I hear nothing besides my own footsteps, which land brusquely against the stones underneath me. Sarah? I wait for a response. I hear a distant clatter as if someone is rattling a cage. Sarah! I nearly toss myself down the stairs, damn it all. I do not care if I fall over at this point. I want to see her. I want to hold her in my arms and beg for her forgiveness. This is my fault, after all. I am the reason why she and Yuri are here in the first place. Sarah, my beloved, where are you? I cannot see. Gorion? She is here. Storming through the dungeons, I see her silhouette rising from within a cell. I nearly forget that the damn thing is locked, and in my rage I pry open the rails so that there is enough space for me to fit through. When I join her in the cell, I immediately rush to cup her face and embrace her. Yet, she does not want to look at me. Instead, she spurns my touch and turns away from me completely, even as I grab her wrist and force her to look in my direction. Sarah, I say, tugging gently at her arm. What are you doing? Why are you acting like this? Are you not pleased to see me? Pleased? Sarah raises a brow. Why would I be pleased to see you, after what you did? What? Backing away from her, I frown deeply. Is it because of what happened to you and Yuri? Please, forgive me for my negligence. I wanted to keep an eye on you two, but you disappeared suddenly, and I did not realize what happened until it was too late. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the flute that you lied to me about. Oh no. How did she find out about that? She's not supposed to know. The betrayal is etched across her face, which explains why she is so quick to snatch her hand away from mine. Sarah, I can explain. Good, because that's what I fucking need right now. An explanation. She crosses her arms over her chest, sending me a dark look. Why did you lie to me? It is... I hesitate. I did not think things would get this far, but alas, life has a way of destroying plans in the blink of an eye. It is a complicated situation. Understand where I'm coming from. Everything I did it for you. I don't believe you. It is the truth. I did what I needed to do to help you and Uri. Things did not turn out as planned. I never thought Vesis would kidnap you and her, but he did, and that ruined things. But we can still make things right, Sarah. You and I. We can find the Perna. When I reach out for her this time, she shoves me away after hissing in a breath. I do not like the look in her eyes. The disappointment and the anger she feels towards me are enough to stab a blade through my heart. I cannot stand being evil in her eyes. But why did you lie to me? I wanted to use Uri as bait, I admit, which brings me great shame. Sarah stares at me with an open mouth. Shaky breaths fall from her lips, but she quickly presses her hand across her face to silence the noise. She turns away, doing her best to hide the tears falling from her eyes. I notice them, though. Breaks my heart. Why would you do that to her? Sarah cries. Why? I believed that I had no other choice. I knew that Yuri was valuable, so that's enough. She raises a hand, halting my words. I don't want to hear this anymore. You lied to me about the flute, and you wanted to use Yuri as bait to draw out that fucking sorcerer. Are you happy with what you've done? Charging at me, Sarah uses all of her might to push me away. It is not much, it barely makes me move, but each strike is representative of her anger, her wrath and fury. She finishes striking me, then collapses to the ground on her knees. She is sobbing openly now, unable to hold back her emotions. I thought you loved me. Why would you ever think otherwise? Of course I love you. I traveled all this way for you. I abandoned my minions so that I could find you. You lied to me. You deceived me. Looking up at me with glossy eyes, Sarah's bottom lip quivers. How can I believe the words you say when you have already shown that you have no issue lying to my face? That is true, unfortunately. I broke the trust that she had in me, which is something I can never forgive myself for. This is my fault. I created this situation, so I must be the one to fix it. Kneeling down so that I join her on the ground, I rest my hand over her head. She does not react to my touch, only staring blankly at her hands. I'm sorry for what I did to you and Yuri. I never meant for things to turn out this way. He's hurting her because of you. We need to save her. We will. I promise you. I will not let you down. You've already made a similar promise before and you broke it. You're just like the rest. No, I am not. Believe me, Sarah, I am not like the others who have hurt you in your life. I am much different than that, and I want to prove it to you. I will save Uri from Ves, and we will escape from this tower together. Then, you will never have to think about this ever again. I promise. He said that he wanted to harvest her powers and take them as his own, she continues, sniffling and wiping the snot that trails down her nose. I don't know how that works. Is he going to kill her? He must, I reply. She stiffens. That is the cost of transferring magic from one being to another. Or in this case, one being is stealing it from the other. It always ends in death. So what the fuck are we waiting for? Sarah scrambles to her feet. I am slow to follow. She is ready for action, but we must be careful. Ves is as powerful as he is irritating, and he might already know that we are on our way to confront him. Hopefully Uri is still alive. I do not want to see Sarah's reaction otherwise. Sarah, I must tell you one more thing. What? After a few seconds, she softens. She continues wiping tears off her face. Sorry. I'm on edge. I will prove to you that I love you. This is not a game to me, and I do not intend to play with your emotions. I am being sincere. I love you, truly and deeply. Saving Yuri was not a part of my original plan, but I can see how much the girl means to Sarah. I cannot let her die at the hands of the sorcerer. Sarah would never forgive me for that. The back of my fingers trail across her cheek, which she allows. She clears her throat, then shakes me off. I can't promise you that I will reciprocate those feelings when things are all said and done. I need time to think about what happened and make sense of my emotions. You breached my trust, Gorion. That is a major offense. I know. Forgive me. I will do anything to make it up to you. Anything at all. We'll see what happens, she mumbles, squeezing through the bent rails that I pried open. We need to hurry and find them. We can't let him take her powers. For now, I am satisfied. She did not completely reject my advances, which makes me sigh in relief. Perhaps all hope is not lost.
Chapter 22. Sarah. We run up the tower frantically, hearing distant cries that reveal the location of Ves and Uri. Gorion leads the way, leaving me in the dust with his large strides. But I do my best to keep up with him. Pain etches across the side of my abdomen, but my movements don't stop until we reach the top. Falling to my knees, I catch my breath while Gorion slams his body into the door that separates us from Uri. It takes him a few times. Underneath the door, I catch flashes of purple and blue. Viz magic hounds the wooden door, fighting back against Gorion's brute strength until the door croaks under the pressure coming from both sides. Gorion heaves a deafening cry as he forces his way in. Vess magic ricochets off his body, returning to the sorcerer, who dodges just in time to avoid a disastrous collision against his chest. His eyes widen with fear to see Gorion standing underneath the destroyed doorway. Clutching my side, I force myself to my feet and join him. Well, Vessus begins, huffing an irritated breath masked by the smirk on his face. Looks like you were right, Sarah. Your gargoyle showed up after all. Yuri struggles against the constraints, which pin her hands and legs to a table. Sarah. Yuri! Silence! A bolt of magic erupts from Vess's palm the moment he sees me trying to approach her. It whizzes past my face, snatching the air from my lungs. You can't touch her. No one can. You are finished, Vessus. Give me the flute, Gorion says. His fists curl into tight balls. Unless you are content with the fate that awaits you. If you do not. Clasping his hands together, Vess gradually starts moving them away from one another to reveal a weapon created between the space. A smile curls on his lips as he holds a mighty sword, one with a thick blade that gleams underneath the light. My heart seizes. When I glance at Gorion, he appears unfazed by Vess's show of power. He barely even blinks. The Fars-laying flute? Or the finder's flute? Which one do you want? Vess cackles. Behind him, the flute rests on the edge of a windowsill. One shove, and the flute goes flying out the window. Oh, Gorion, what gave you the right to lie to your human? Do you not trust her? Hold your tongue, lest I rip it out of your mouth, Vessus. Gorion, be careful, I whisper. My heart's thumps become deafeningly loud. Be careful with that blade. If you want the flute so badly, you're going to have to earn it. But I warn you, I'm not privy to what it feels like to lose. Chaos erupts. Flinging myself out of the way, Gorion and Vess attack each other with all their might. From the jump, I see how dirty Vess is during battle. He strikes with his blade and follows it up with a stream of magic that should be enough to debilitate any opponent. Gorion takes the strikes, every single one. He's battered, but he fights on with nothing but wrath glowing behind his eyes. Gaining the upper hand on Vess, the blade clatters to the ground, and Vess is slammed against the wall opposite from me. Realization clicks. Scrambling to my feet, I hurry to Uri and start undoing the clasps that are tight against her skin. Red marks are left behind, ones that make her hiss out in pain once the clasps are released. I'm so sorry, Uri. Are we too late? Did he take your magic? He was about to, she whispers, unwilling to meet my gaze. She rubs at her raw skin. He told me that Gorion set us up. His plan was to lure Vessus out, and he used you as bait. I don't think he expected the sorcerer to take us both. Oh, that makes the situation so much better, Yuri deadpans, followed by an eye roll. He betrayed us. He wanted to help, but he went about things badly. There you go again. Shoving me out of the way, Yuri kicks her legs over the table and stands on her own accord. She hangs onto the table once she wobbles briefly. You're blinded with love for him. I don't blame you. It must feel nice to have someone come all this way to save you, but you can't force me to forgive him. Because I won't. I understand, Uri. I could never ask that of you. A bolt of magic nearly hits Yuri, scaring the wits out of us. Tackling her to the ground to avoid another potential hit, Yuri struggles underneath me. She pushes me away, forcing me on my back. Get off me, Sarah. I don't need your help. You nearly got shot in the head with magic. That doesn't concern you. I don't want you to help me anymore. I don't need you or Gorion to make my own path in life. Grabbing her wrist, I force her to look at me as she fights to get away. Don't be so rude, Uri. Gorion and I are fighting for you. And we're in this mess because of him. Just as she points to Gorion, my eyes land upon the fight. Vess slashes his blade across Gorion's back. A thunderous cry erupts from the pit of Gorion's chest, which causes him to backhand the sorcerer. Vess and his blade fly in different directions. The blade slides a few inches before us. Meanwhile, Vess lays in the ruins of his lair. Snug between the broken halves of a wooden desk, Vess reaches out and tries to pull the blade towards his body with his magic. Yet, Yuri makes the move to take the blade. Magic tugs at the handle, coaxing it out of her hands, but she's strong. She holds her ground and tightens her grip. Fuck you, she says to the Naga sorcerer, who can only laugh in response. Oh, you'll be a strong one. I can see it now. It is over, Vessus. Stop fighting what is inevitable, Gorion yells. He approaches Vess carefully. For a moment, I believe that he's going to stomp his head in and leave the sorcerer as a pile of brains and guts. Instead, he takes the flute from the ledge it's resting upon. It's like a twig between his fingers. He twists and turns it, observing it from all directions. This is it? Go ahead, Gorion. Use the damned thing. Vess coughs up blood, which splatters against his chin and chest. He smiles, his teeth broken and bloodied. You know the consequences of using the flute as well as I do. What do you mean by that? I ask, eyes fluttering between a hesitant Gorion and a laughing Vess. What does the flute do? You don't know, the sorcerer breathes out, lolling his head to the side. Of course, the humans don't know a thing. Do not speak to her in that way, Gorion warns. I'll do what I want, you fucking brute. Vess spits out a clump of blood in Gorion's direction. I'm already on the brink of death. Humor me a little bit, won't you? So what does it do? Yuri asks, curious by the instrument. What's the big deal? It's just a flute. A flute that will kill all the enemies of the individual who blows it. Yuri pales. You see, the people who find themselves with the flute in their hands are faced with a difficult decision. Getting rid of all of your enemies is an amazing prospect. For Gorion, that means all the Purna across Protheka will cease to exist. Isn't that right, Gorion? Ha! A shaky breath falls from Yuri's mouth. Her grip on the sword falters. Then she readjusts her hold, ready to use it, if need be, so it seems. But there's a catch. Vess raises a frail finger. All of your enemies die, but in return, you are condemned to always see defeat in the end. Gorion glances at me. I would know. Vess smiles. For I have used the flute already. His disturbing cackles fill the room. Yuri and I share a look. The girl doesn't appear as defiant and headstrong as before. No. Instead, I am reminded of the young girl who I saw back at Chase's orphanage, the scared orphan who would do anything to protect her younger siblings, even if that meant giving up her life in the process. She's still that girl, but she's come a long way since then. Even in the face of adversity, she holds her head up high. I'm proud of Uri. So go ahead, Gorion. Make your decision. Kill the Purna, if you wish. That means Uri would die too. I step forward. Gorion. He turns around and faces me, still holding the flute in his hand. We're in an impossible situation right now, but under no circumstances will I ever allow him to hurt Uri. That's out of the question. Sarah, I fought to find this flute. What does that matter? If you use it, you're going to kill the Purna. You're going to kill Uri. Vess laughs, even though the action clearly pains him since his chest is nearly caved in. And if he uses the flute, he will meet the same tragic end as I'm facing right now. I wonder if that's worth it. For me, if I had the choice, I would go back into the past and make the same decisions all over again. I don't regret what I did. Please don't listen to him, I say, approaching Gorion carefully. I don't want you to end up like Vess. You can't do this. The Purna have done irreparable damage to my people, Sarah. Most of the Purna who are alive now have no affiliation with what happened to you and your kind all those years ago. They're innocent. Are you going to kill innocents because of a grudge you're holding? I wouldn't be too surprised, Yuri mumbles. It seems like the type of thing he would do. Even though he doesn't want to admit it, he's like Levias, ruthless, cruel, and cunning. He knows how to trick and manipulate the people around him. Stop it, Uri, I beg. Please, give him a chance to make the right decision. She presses her lips into a thin line and turns away. Letting go of the blade, she allows it to clash loudly against the floor. Vess's eyes flutter close, becoming more difficult to open again with each passing moment. He's dying, just as he said he was. I focus on Gorion. He meets my gaze, but his grip on the flute never falters. As I approach him, I reach out for his occupied hand, hoping that he will let go of the flute in the process. When he doesn't, I conform to taking his wrist. I love you, Gorion. It's difficult for me to say that aloud, because a relationship between our kind isn't common. That's putting it lightly, Vess rasps, but I can't deny what I feel anymore. I love you. Sarah, Gorion breathes out. You do not know how long I have waited to hear those words come out of your mouth. You fill me with enough warmth to last a lifetime. In my peripheral vision, Yuri fidgets uncomfortably. I hope she doesn't think I'm going to abandon her at such a critical moment. I would never do that to her. Not after all we've been through. I need to know if you love me too. Of course I do, Sarah. I love you. I love you more than life itself. Then, prove it to me. I gesture towards the flute. If you love me as much as you say you do, this is it. This is your chance. When he stares at me with confusion in his eyes, I exhale deeply. Gorion, if you truly love me, throw the flute away.
Chapter 23. Gorion. Things do not turn out as I plan, but that is okay. Sarah is here with me, safe from Ves's magic. Yuri is all right too, and I know that this is important to her. She wants the girl to survive. On the floor, Ves continues to laugh until his dying breath. In life, he was always a jokester. He would make light of the situation because his ego was larger than most. He never believed that he would fall, even after blowing the flute. His attitude caught up to him in the end, which is a shame. He would have been a great sorcerer had he not been so selfish, but there is nothing I can do about that now. What matters is now. The future I envision for myself and Sarah is within reach, but there is one issue. My wish to see Perna eradicated contradicts directly with my deep desire to spend the rest of my days with Sarah. She cares deeply about Uri, even though the girl is not her own flesh and blood. That fascinates me, and it is testament to her big heart. She has no obligation to Sarah, no reason to see through that the girl is okay, yet here she is, weeping for the girl. Please don't use that flute. Please. She begs me to throw it away. My one chance to take revenge on the species that crippled my kind, but I cannot do it. For that means giving up my chance to be with Sarah, and I would be a damn fool if I ever did such a horrible thing. She is everything I have ever wanted, and more. She completes me and reminds me that there is a life worth living beyond the difficult circumstances we often find ourselves in. For a while I believed I was truly cursed to live a life trapped within stone. However, I realized that it was all worth it, because in the end, I found Sarah. She is the one for me. It is an easy decision, much easier than I thought. Taking the flute in my hand, I raise it to my eyes and observe it for the last time. Sarah gasps, and Yuri's breath hitches in her throat to see me bring the instrument so close to my lips. I smile. Did you two really think that I was going to use it just now? In one motion, the flute flies out the window. Sarah heaves a breath of relief, while Yuri nearly collapses against the table that once held her hostage. Sarah flings herself into my arms. I lift her up, spinning her around a few times, before gently lowering her back to the ground. She trails her shaky hands across my arms and face, tears gleaming in her eyes. Thank you. Thank you, Gorion. She presses soft kisses against my skin. I love you so much. I love you too, my Sarah. We share a kiss, mindful of the fact that Yuri is still in the room. It is sweet and romantic, everything I hoped it could be. She rests her cheek against my hand and curls into my touch. When she looks at me, her eyes hold the stars. She is breathtaking. I love her so much. Forgive me for what happened, I whisper, the sincerity oozing from my words. I should have never used your friend as bait. It was a silly, selfish decision to make. I'm sorry. I put you two in danger. I forgive you, Gorion. I forgive everything, she replies softly, pressing another kiss against my palm. Thank you for choosing me. I will never lie to you again. I will never risk hurting you or anyone you love. You are worth more than diamonds to me, Sarah. I love you. To our side, Yuri clears her throat. The girl crosses her arms over her chest, looking none too pleased by the situation in front of her. That is curious to me. We are saved, and Vessis is dead. Her powers are safe, so I thought the girl would be overjoyed by now. That is not the case, however. She looks annoyed, even a bit angry. I don't forgive you. Slowly, Sarah pulls away from my embrace and faces her friend. Her eyebrows are furrowed together. Yuri, what do you mean? Gorion just gave up the opportunity to kill all of the Purna for you. That's a big deal. So am I supposed to forget the fact that he sold us out and used me as bait? Yuri scoffs. Do you think he would have saved me if you weren't kidnapped too? Don't say that. Sarah shakes her head. Of course he would have saved you. I wouldn't have let him ignore the fact that you were gone. That's great. I appreciate that, Sarah. That doesn't change the fact that he hates my people, and, by extension, that means he hates me. He might not show it now, but it'll only be a matter of time before he turns against me. That is not true, Yuri. I step forward towards the girl, but that makes her take a step back. I would never turn against you because you are Sarah's dear friend. You deserve my protection, just as much as she does. Please forgive me for what happened with Vessis. Bowing my head, I kneel to the ground, pressing my fist against the floor. I sink low as a sign of respect for the girl, who does not stir. I've said it before, and I'm not going to say it again. I don't forgive you, and I don't have to. I don't trust you. Oh, Yuri, please don't treat him like that. He's done so much for... I've fucking had it with you, Sarah, Yuri booms, clenching her fists at her sides. The flames in her eyes burn bright. I warned you from the start, didn't I? I knew that you were going to go down the same route Chase did by falling in love with a damn gargoyle who brings nothing but trouble into your life. No, this is different. Gorion is much different than Levius. Then, should I give him a round of applause for not annihilating every person who comes in his path? Are your standards that fucking low? Yuri does not hold back. I worry if her powers are going to spiral out of control, which tends to happen during bouts of intense emotion. The girl looks ready to fling herself at Sarah, but I will not let that happen. Stepping in front of her, I nudge her to stand behind me. To my surprise, Sarah does not listen to me. She shoulders her way past me and continues staring directly at Yuri, who does not want anything to do with her. And this is my fault. I'm not going to stick around anymore, Yuri announces. I'm out of here. What? Sarah jumps to stop her. What do you mean? Where are you going? Don't go. Are you kidding me? Why would I stick around with the gargoyle who nearly got me killed? Do you think I'm stupid? You're one of the strongest people I have ever known, Sarah. I would never think that about you. I just don't understand why you're so quick to leave, despite everything we've gone through. I wanted to help you find the Purna, but... And look where that got us! Yuri gestures towards the room we are standing in. It got us kidnapped by a Naga sorcerer who nearly cut open my chest and took my heart. Do you realize how scared I was when I was alone, strapped down to this table? I didn't think anyone was coming to help me. And in my last moments, I thought about how much I hated gargoyles, magic, and everything that led me to this situation. You don't mean that, Sarah says softly. Gorion saved you. Out of guilt. I don't want his guilt, his pity, or his help. I don't want anything from you either. I'm leaving. How are you going to survive on your own? Yuri stops in her tracks. Then she lets out a dry laugh. I learned a lot on this trip. That's the only positive I can make from this situation. That's all I need to face the Purna. And your powers. Will you... Stop asking me so many questions, Sarah, Yuri exclaims. You've already shown me that you are willing to side with Gorion despite everything he's done to us. He's the reason why you got kidnapped, and you're quick to forgive him. Don't you see anything wrong with that? Yuri, I love him. Yeah, that's going to be your biggest mistake. Huffing out a breath, Yuri departs from the room and starts the long descent to the bottom of the tower. Sarah follows after her, nearly falling down the stairs to reach her friend. I want to call out and tell her to be careful, but I can clearly sense that my presence is a raw topic for Yuri. So despite my interest in keeping Sarah safe, I stay quiet. This moment belongs to the women who have a deep history together, one that does not involve me. Yuri, please wait for me. Please don't go like this. I don't want our relationship ending on such a bad note. You should have considered that before falling in love with a gargoyle. Yuri! Sarah flings herself towards the girl, taking her wrist and turning her around. By now, we are at the bottom of the tower, just outside its entrance. The wind picks up around us, piercing into our skin. Don't go just yet, please. We can talk things out, and things can return to the way they used to. Sarah's voice teems with desperation. She does not want to lose her friend. Please. It's too late for that, Sarah. You have made your decision, and so have I. I don't want to be here anymore. There's no room for me. I'm a Purna. All of Gorion's minions will hate me if they find out the truth. That's the reason they came after us in the first place, remember? Gorion will keep them in check. He won't let anything happen to you. I can't trust him, though. Not after what he's done. If his intentions are sincere, well, that's great. I'm glad he's showing a change of heart, but I'm going to pay the price if it turns out he's lying again. And I don't want to risk that. Put yourself in my shoes for once, Sarah. Life is difficult for me as is. I don't want to complicate things further by sticking around in a place where I'm clearly not wanted. Uri, you'll always be wanted. I love you like a sister. It hurts my heart to see you trying to leave like this, but I wait in anticipation for Sarah's next words, as does Yuri. The girl is strong. I respect that about her. Perhaps I was wrong about the Purna. They might not all be as bad as I thought, but it feels like a thorn in the side to see Yuri around. It is not easy to forget one's history, and the Purna play a large role in mine. I respect Uri for wanting to carve her own path in the world. That is how things should be. Sarah must understand that, no matter how deeply it breaks her heart. I'm sad to see you go, Sarah manages through the tears. But I get it. You need to go on your own. I do. Yuri's dark hair whips through the wind. She looks like a hero, ready to set off on her own adventure. Thank you for taking care of me all this time, Sarah. I won't forget you. Then she gazes at me. Thanks for saving me, Gorion, but that doesn't negate all the hurt you've caused. I understand, Uri. I bow my head. I wish you luck on your journey moving forward.
Chapter 24. Sarah. I'm sad to see Yuri leave, but there are bigger and better adventures waiting for her. I know that I'm where I'm supposed to be now, and that I've helped her all I can. I've earned my redemption. Gorion's followers who helped us win the battle are rewarded with positions in the noble court he sets up. We've taken over Visessa's tower, as it's far nicer than the ruins, and Gorion declares this area his kingdom and himself the Lord. Neil is thrilled to be granted the title of Steward of the Lord. For all his sniveling and cowardice, he's surprisingly loyal to Gorion and effective at his job. Leon is granted the title of Captain of the Guard, and Barnabas is his lieutenant and second in command. Many of the women we rescued bring their families as well, to serve and live under Gorion's rule. I have servants to attend to me every day now, who help me bathe and dress, and who bring us food and drink. It's all very strange. I make sure to persuade Gorion that well-paid staff are much more likely to remain loyal and happy to have their jobs. Mistress Sarah, my maidservant Marianne, bows to me as she brings me my morning tea. How are you settling in? We've been here for 2 months, and it's been a whirlwind. I'm all right, I reply, looking out at the landscape. Gorion is talking about holding a mating ceremony but I feel as though all that fuss is unnecessary. Gargoyles don't really have ceremonies, and I've already given him my heart. Perhaps it might be a way for our people to celebrate the good fortune that he has blessed us with, she suggests. I turn to gaze at her, taken aback by her smart thinking. That's a good idea, I agree. I take a sip of my tea. Maybe we will have a ceremony then. I imagine what we might do to celebrate, and a twinge of sadness creeps up when I realize that Uri won't be there to celebrate with us. We should invite the local villagers as well. Gorion has been making strides with the towns now under his command. By offering his protection and the protection of his army, they have agreed to give us a fair percentage of their grain output and bring their disputes to us to resolve. You ought to wear that lovely silver dress that you have in the back of your closet, Marianne suggests pointedly. I had found it in the orc's caravan and swiped it for myself, but never had an occasion to wear it before. Not a bad idea, I smile. I have always wanted to wear it. Let's do it. I'll speak to Gorion, and we can make arrangements for a mating and a feast. Maybe a fortnight from now. Marianne helps me dress for the day, picking out a simple cream shift dress with a deep red corset overlay. I'm more used to wearing breeches and men's shirts, but I know that part of being the lady of the kingdom means looking the part. It's not uncomfortable, just different. I do like that I can let my hair down now. I don't have to wear my bowler for protection, even if some days I miss it. It's taking some getting used to, but I'm settling into my new role. Once I'm dressed and ready for the day, I head down to the grand hall, where Gorion is sitting and waiting for breakfast to be served. "Hello, love," he says, a smile brightening up his face as soon as he sees me. "You look lovely today, as always." "You look nice too," I reply. Most gargoyles don't wear anything except a loose covering over their hips, but to look the part of a lord, Gorion has taken to wearing breeches with boots instead. He's got a black thistle wool vest on top today, I note. It makes him look rugged and handsome. "Thank you. Join me, will you?" he asks, gesturing to the seat next to his at the head of the table. I sit down, and he takes my hand, kissing the back. He never fails to surprise me with the changes he's made. He's become so gentle and caring. There's still a fierceness to him, still a strong, dark side that comes out when he's challenged, but he's tempered it around me. "So, I was thinking," I start, shaking the cloth napkin out and placing it into my lap. "Hear me out?" "I am listening," he says, bowing his head towards me. I glance back to see Neil and Barnabas standing at attention behind us, but clearly listening in as well. I ignore them and plunge ahead. "So I know I was reluctant when you brought up the idea of a mating ceremony before, but I gave it more thought, and I think maybe having a ceremony would be good for the kingdom," I say, my nerves causing me to ramble a little. "We could invite everyone, use local merchants. Have a big feast, dot. It would help the kingdom feel united and give them something to celebrate." Gorion stares at me in that way that he does that unnerves me. I can't read his expressions when he goes still as stone. I bite my lip, waiting. "That is a wonderful, no, a stupendous idea," he says, clapping his hands together. "Neil, arrange for this at once. Send out invitations for the feast to all the villages in our kingdom. Start the preparations. We shall have the ceremony in 10 days' time. He turns back to me. I am thrilled and delighted you want this, love. He squeezes my hand. I never thought I would be worthy of having your heart. Now that I have it, I never want to lose you again. Me too, I admit. I almost lost him once, and the evil wizard made me doubt his feelings. I know now that he loves me deeply and would do anything for me. He sacrificed everything he wanted to be with me, and I want to show him just how much I love him back. We finish eating and adjourn for the day. Gorion goes to his office to do some work, and I head to the library to read. Spending my days in luxury with a good book is like a dream for me. We come back together at the end of the day, after dinner, in our bedroom. As we lay side by side, the moon streams in through the window and illuminates Gorion's skin in a way that makes him look like a glowing gem. You're so handsome, I say, tracing over his chest. You looked like a god today. I wanted to rip your clothes off at breakfast. You should have, he says, voice husky. I would have loved that. He captures my lips in a searing kiss, making my toes curl. We fall asleep intertwined afterward. The next 10 days pass by in a blur, as the kingdom is abuzz with excitement for our upcoming mating ceremony and the feast afterward. Neil is like his usual rodent self, scurrying hither and yon as he makes the preparations, and the servants are constantly cleaning the tower every day. Finally, the day of the ceremony dawns bright and early, and I awake to Marianne standing over me. Today is the day, mistress, she says with a wide grin. Let's get you dressed and ready. I sit at my table while she braids my hair in an intricate updo that takes ages. She uses thread to secure the braids to my head and does something fancy with parts of it that hang down. I look quite different from the street urchin gang member that I used to be. Wow, you're very talented, Marianne. I compliment her, and she smiles and bows her head. I used to help my father make wigs, she explains. But there is much better pay and more prestige in being your lady's maid. I'm glad to have you, I say with a chuckle. I eat a quick breakfast before she applies a load of powders and rouges to my face and paints my lips to look full and bitten. I look so pretty. I hardly recognize myself. I used to think I was plain, but now I know I was just not used to carrying my head high. It's nearly time for the ceremony, and Marianne brings out my dress, helping me slip it on. It's got a low, round neckline and an empire waist. The underdress is made of silk, and the dress itself is crushed velvet. It's got puffy, capped sleeves that go down to my elbows, at which point they split open to show the underdress sleeves. The bodice is tight-fitting before flaring out into a long skirt. I wear a long silver veil on my head, and Marianne affixes it with a silver tiara. I stare at myself in the mirror, hardly able to believe that this noble-looking lady is me. It's time, Marianne whispers, and she leads me by the arm out the door and down the long staircase to the great hall where Gorion is waiting. He's got tears in his eyes as he watches me walk towards him. We've gone with a human version of a mating ceremony since there are no gargoyle traditions. There are beautiful flowers everywhere and large swaths of silver and gold, bunting hanging from the ceiling. The priest that has been brought in to perform the ceremony begins the rites, and it isn't long before the two of us are joined. I now pronounce you Lady Sarah and Lord Gorion, the good. The priest finishes, and Gorion dips me and kisses me hard. The feast is a loud, raucous affair, and the kingdom celebrates well into the night. It seems like everyone has turned up to feast with their lord. Gorion leads me back to our room halfway through the banquet and starts stripping me down. You look so beautiful, he says, kissing my neck. I had to have you. I wish I could go into the details of what happened next, but it would be too much for YouTube. It's simply too spicy, so we can't play it. Again, I apologize for this. I know it's disappointing, but if you go to worldsofprotheka.com, you can get this audiobook and all the others on this channel at a discount. Just use code YouTube30 to get 30% off. Chapter 25. Yuri. Good fucking grief. When I left Gorion's group behind, I nabbed some water and a few days' worth of food under the noses of everyone else. I didn't ask for permission. I took what I needed and left. I'm done with gargoyles, magic, and everything to do with that life. It's not for me. I have felt the kiss of death too many times because I've been cursed with being a Perna. I don't want this anymore. I deserve a better life, and I will refuse to accept anything less. You know, I thought it was going to be a lot scarier, traveling by myself. It's pretty nice, to be honest. I don't have to worry about a gargoyle committing an atrocity before my eyes, and I don't have to see another one of my friends falling victim to their charm, if that's what you can call it. There's nothing charming about gargoyles. They're selfish brutes who have no issue annihilating the people around them just for fun. That's what Gorion was doing in the temple ruins before we came around. I can't believe Sarah was quick to forget about that, but she's a fool in love. I can't blame her, but I don't want anything to do with her. I have pity for her, really. She lost her family, her brothers, and everything she had ever known. I shouldn't be too harsh on her. It's only natural to want to fall into the arms of the first being who shows you some attention. I don't know what it feels like, but I imagine it's nice. There are times throughout this journey where it would be nice to have a companion, mainly because I want someone to talk to. I've contemplated ranting about my issues to the plants and trees I pass, or even the animals that scurry past my feet. Up ahead, I see a large mountain with snow cascading down its tip. There's where I need to go. I'm sure of it. Ignoring the ache in my feet, I continue trudging towards that direction with my knapsack snug over my shoulder. Along the way, I practice with my firebending. Who knows what horrors I might have to face now that I'm on my own. It's better to be prepared than with your shorts around your ankles. That's what Chase used to say to me. I used to teach my brothers and sisters about that too. Tony and Scott, Tina, Jesse, and Felicity, Haley, Wendy and William, the twins, Roberta and Roger. Fuck, I miss them all so much. Sometimes I wonder what would happen if I turned around, forgot my mission, and returned to the orphanage to be with them. I would put aside the rage I feel against gargoyles, forget about my turmoil with magic, and do my best to live a normal life again. I would hide my ability to control and conjure fire and devote myself best big sister ever. Who am I kidding? I can't do that until I get rid of the magic that curses my veins. I never asked to be this way. So why am I being plagued like this? I don't want to be a Perna. My life has been ruined by this reality. So when I found the coven hidden in the mountains, I'm going to ask them to take my powers away. Hopefully, it doesn't involve getting cut open with a blade. If so, then I have to be prepared to fight until death. And honestly, I'm tired of having to do that over and over again. It's exhausting. I'm only 19, and it takes 2 hands to count the amount of times I've been close to death, which isn't normal. I don't deserve to live like this. It's not fair. Nightfall is upon me, so I hurry my steps. It takes everything within me to not stop under a tree and call it a day. With each step, I'm closer to the coven. I'm closer to living a normal life on Protheka. It drives me. It pushes me past my limit. I forget about everything else. Food, water, the need to rest. It's all besides me. I rise above the circumstances and drag myself across the trail and up the mountain. I have vivid dreams for myself, and magic does not fit in that picture. With magic coursing through my body, I picture myself 6 feet under the ground, dead and rotting. Storm clouds spread across the skies above me, which intimidates me slightly. Rainfall? I'm not dressed for the cold. And I'm going up a mountain where the air gets colder as you head towards the top. I'm a little fucked, but who cares? My goal is set in stone, and nothing is going to stop me, not even the weather. If things get rough, I can make a fire and keep myself warm. At least, I hope so. I've never tried to maintain one of my flames while being pelted by the rain. Keep going, Uri, I whisper to myself, huffing each breath and feeling my head getting light. You can do this. You're strong. Keep going. Ah, shit. I'm starting to think I overestimated myself a little bit. It happens, but in a life or death situation, I'm digging myself into a hole that I'm not too sure I can claw out of. What's worse is that I'm alone. It's hitting me now. There's no one for me to call out for help. No one is going to come running if I find myself in trouble. I might have been a little harsh on Gorion and Sarah, now that I think about it. He didn't have to come and help us, but he did. That's something to feel grateful towards. Or maybe that's the delirium starting to get to my head. I need water, and I need a break. I need... Who the fuck is that? Is that another person? Up here in these mountains? I thought I was alone. I'm imagining things. Freddie, she needs help. She doesn't look too good. She can't even stand upright. What if she's dangerous? What if she has a knife? Stop kidding yourself. That's a woman. She looks like a kid. I'm not going to watch a kid die because you were too scared to help out. Footsteps hurry towards me. Then, I feel some arms at my side, helping me stand upright. My knees buckle, but the person beside me wraps their arm around my shoulder and helps me walk. Don't worry, kid. I got you. I'm not going to let you fall. Who are you? I ask, unable to find the strength to lift my head. My eyes are trained on the ground. What's happening? My name is Natasha, the woman replies, petting my hair. What's your name? Uri. Is it safe to trust this person? Am I so desperate for some human contact that I'm willing to trust the first one that crosses my path? Why are you here? Why are you asking me that in the first place? Natasha carries a hint of a smile to her words. I can tell. I should be the one asking you questions. You're the one who popped out of nowhere to scare the life out of old Freddy over there. You got scared too, Freddy exclaims. Don't try to act all big and tough now. I saw you shaking. Oh well, that's all done and over with. No need to fight about it now. Natasha leads me up the incline. I don't have the breath to thank her for what she's doing, so I make a little strangled noise and hope she gets the clue. Ah, honey, you're exhausted. Come here. We got some food and fresh game we just caught an hour ago. You can grab a bite. What? Freddy scoffs. You're going to give her our food? We don't even know who the hell she is. She's a kid, Fred. Lay off. Yeah, a kid who can turn around and stab us in the throat if she so wanted to. I'm not. I manage out, coughing and spluttering my way through. I'm not like that. I'm not dangerous. Are you? Natasha laughs. Not at all, sweetie. We're some of the good ones. Why are you in the mountains, then? Well, we're refugees. We're running away. I can't tell you the precise reason why we're up here like this, but let's just say we're searching for a better life for ourselves, far away from the trouble those other species bring. You get that, right? Absolutely. I graciously accept the water canteen she passes to me. A murmur of voices emerges as we draw nearer to their camp. A few other people are crowded around a fire, rubbing their hands and hugging themselves to keep warm. Don't worry, she's friendly, Natasha calls out as we approach. Somewhere behind us, Freddy makes a noise of protest. I tried to tell her not to bring her here. We barely got enough to feed the mouths we have. We don't need someone else. I won't be staying long, I promise. Natasha sits me on a tree log. Then she works to serve me a plate of food. I'm taking a short rest. Then I'll be on my way. My name is Lola, a woman says, waving a hand. And there's Eddie, Owen, and Simona. We got a few others down the mountain right now. They're getting more water for the group. This is Uri, Natasha says for me, handing me a plate of meat and vegetables. I don't question what's in front of me. I just eat. We found her coming up the mountain. Why? Lola asks. And why are you alone? Are you fleeing from someone? Are you leading them our way? No, I reply firmly, stuffing my mouth with more food. I put a hand over my mouth as I chew. I'm completely alone and I plan to stay that way. Thank you for the food and water. I needed it. You didn't pack enough? Natasha asks, feeling at my knapsack. How long have you been on the road by yourself? A couple days now. Goodness, honey. What are you thinking? Do you have a death wish or something? Maybe, but I don't tell them that. I can't worry these nice people further. Where are you heading off to, if you don't mind me asking? Eddie tilts his head curiously at me. There's not much to do in these mountains, besides surviving. And you don't look like the type that'll survive that long on your own. You'd be surprised, I reply softly. Natasha smiles. I'd advise you not to head further up the mountains, Owen advises, picking his teeth with a bone. We've heard some rumors. It's best not to stick our noses in business that doesn't concern us, don't you think? I don't have a choice, I say. Cleaning my plate and drinking the last of my water, I burp loudly, which makes the rest of them laugh. My cheeks burn. It's been a while since I felt a sense of camaraderie. Too bad I can't stay. Where are you going? Natasha asks. You can't go just yet. You need some rest. You are nearly collapsing down there. Let her leave, Freddie says. She doesn't want to be here. If she wants to bump into those Perna in the mountains, so be it. That's not our problem. Freddie, she is a kid, Lola replies. Have some sympathy for the girl. He shrugs, disinterested. So it's true. The Perna do live in these mountains. That's just what I needed to hear. With the food, the water, and this good news fresh in my mind, it gives me the strength to pick up the pace and continue walking. Behind me, they keep yelling at me to stop. Turn around. The Perna are up there. Well, that's kind of what I'm hoping for. Lightning flashes and the wind picks up, cutting daggers into my skin. I move forward,